Chapter 1299. Inside the spacious secret room, a cold, gloomy, and frightening murderous aura wreaked havoc. Two black-robed figures stood there, their bodies exuding astonishing auras. 59 figures were lying on the ground, and one of them was still struggling. It seemed that he was not willing to fall and wanted to stand up. The other figure was still standing, his back straight like a sharp sword, resisting the impact and suppression of the evil chi. It was Chernzong. Not bad. The black-robed man was a little surprised. At this moment, the intensity of the evil chi was very high. It had completely reached the level of the Saint Realm, but the other party could still resist it. It seemed that there were some good goods in this batch. About 10 breaths later, the astonishing baleful aura suddenly dissipated. In just a short span of time, it completely retreated like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Chernzong was relieved, but he did not dare to relax. His sharp eyes stared at the black-robed man. Obviously, the black-robed man was the leader here. Ming Daozi was not. Those 58 people are worth 10 earth restoration pills each. This person is worth 1 heaven restoration pill. This person is worth 10 heaven restoration pills, the black-robed man said, waving his hand. Your Excellency, I agree that the 58 people are worth 10 earth restoration pills each, but this person is definitely worth more than 10 heaven restoration pills or 100 heaven restoration pills, Ming Daozi bargained, pointing at Chernzong. Ming Daozi had seen Chernzong's performance in the true martial final battle in the true martial upper regions divine martial giant city. He was sure that this person was at least a king-level genius. As for whether he was an emperor-level genius, it was hard to say. After all, the outer region was not comparable to the heavenly Yuan sacred region. The overall level of cultivators in the outer region was not as good as the heavenly Yuan sacred region. The value of a king-level genius was very high. It's your choice. If you don't want to, take them and leave. The black-robed man's attitude was very tough. He did not give Ming Daozi any chance to raise the price. Take it or leave it. If you take it, follow the price just now. If you don't want it, take them away. Ming Daozi's face suddenly sank under the black robe. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Ming Daozi's mind. In this land, there were dark forces like the Black Fiend, and there were others. He could indeed take these people away and sell them to other dark forces. It was a pity that although he had coincidentally learned some of the contact methods of the Black Demon organization many years ago, he did not know about the other dark forces. Moreover, the Black Fiend was the largest dark force in this area. The other large dark forces were all far away and there was no way to find them. If he left with the others, he did not know when he would be able to sell them. As for killing them, it would be a waste to bring them all the way from the true martial upper province. After weighing the pros and cons, Ming Daozi compromised. 11 heaven essence pills and 58 earth essence pills. This could be considered a fortune, but it was barely acceptable. I hope you can all survive, Ming Daozi said to Chernzong with a faint smile before he left. As for the others, they were all unconscious and could not hear him. Take him away. The black-robed man's gloomy voice sounded. Suddenly, figures in black clothes seemed to appear from every corner. They moved quickly and appeared beside the crowd like ghosts. They grabbed one person each and quickly left. Chernzong only saw a black shadow flash in front of him as a terrifying power slashed at his neck. That power was extremely cold, crafty, and strange, and it instantly broke through all of his defenses. His vision turned black and he fell unconscious. 60 new blood. I hope there are a few outstanding ones. The black-robed man laughed strangely and retreated like a ghost, disappearing into the dark secret room. The ticking sound seemed to be ringing in his ears. It was very subtle, but also very clear. Chernzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of terrifying light shot out like a sharp sword. Before his mind moved, his body had already reacted first. He quickly stood up and activated his cultivation method. A powerful force seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep, and immediately burst out with an astonishing power, roaring in his body. In the next moment, Chern Zong's expression changed greatly. The storage ring was gone. The heavy dragon sword at his waist and the Nirvana evil sword on his back were also gone. What was going on? The drizzle continued, falling on his head, face, and body. The coldness spread, and Chern Zong quickly calmed down. Scenes flashed through his mind one after another. Zhenwu desperate battle. Golden Light City. Mingdaozi. Dark secret room. The black-robed man. The terrible evil spirit impact. The scenes connected, and Chern Zong's thoughts became clear. There was no doubt that his previous feeling was correct. The source of his uneasiness was Mingdaozi. The so-called bringing him back to the Tianyuan sacred region to join the sect was probably a lie. However, this place might be in the Tianyuan sacred region, but where exactly was it? Chern Zong was confused. He didn't know much about the Tianyuan sacred region, and Mingdaozi had never said anything about it. Now, he was even more confused. He could only be sure of one thing, and that was that he had been sold. I've been sold. As soon as this thought appeared, Chern Zong suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ever since he obtained the Heartsword seal and stepped onto the path of cultivation, he'd experienced all sorts of difficulties, setbacks, and dangers step by step until now. Chern Zong's experience could be considered to be abundant, and it was many times more abundant than many of his peers. However, Chern Zong would never have imagined that he would be sold off one day. He wasn't the only one who was sold. There were other geniuses. This was probably the only special experience they had ever had since they were born. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel indescribably funny. However, although it was funny, Chern Zong couldn't relax at all. He didn't know where he was and where he was going. He was at a loss. He was blind. After a round of inspection, Chern Zong's remaining things were the 3 life-saving treasures given to him by the 3 sect masters of Baiyun Mountain. Big Cloud Bomb. Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. Flying Cloud Ring. The reason these 3 treasures weren't taken away was probably because they had integrated into his body and were difficult to detect if they were hidden in his body. After obtaining these 3 treasures, Chern Zong finally understood the good intentions of the 3 sect masters. Under normal circumstances, it was already very rare for a treasure's power to reach the 6th level Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, it could be refined and integrated into one's body after refinement. It could be released with one's mind. It was extremely fast and was more than 10 times faster than taking it out from a spatial ring and releasing it. After all, no matter how fast it was taken out from a spatial ring, it would still be detected by the other party and they would react accordingly. However, if it was taken out from his body, it would be more stealthy, sudden, and swift. Another advantage was that the 3 treasures integrated into one's body would be safer and less likely to be taken away. Just like now. It could be said that the current Chern Zong, apart from the 3 life-saving secret treasures, his cultivation base, and the blood-dripping sword seal, had lost everything else. Everything had been taken away. The person who took them was undoubtedly the black-robed man from before or someone related to him. The heavy dragon sword was given to him by senior sister Yunyenshin. It represented a friendship, so he had to take it back. The mountain beheading sword was given to him by refined Cloud Sect Master, so he had to take it back as soon as possible. The Nirvana evil sword was too mysterious. Chern Zong was hesitant to take it back. After all, he couldn't see through the mystery of this sword. It would be bad if he didn't take it with him. He would think about it when the time came. For now, he had to figure out where he was. Apart from the fact that his storage ring and sword had been taken away, everything else was normal. His strength hadn't been affected in the slightest. However, there was a strange black mark on the back of his left hand, and it was emitting a shockingly cold, murderous aura. Chern Zong strode forward in the drizzle. Under his feet was a soft grassland with potholes and puddles of water. The water droplets were flowing and seemed to be glowing. The sky was gray and the drizzle was endless. In the distance there were sparse trees standing in the wind and rain. He didn't know when the wind became stronger and the rain intensified. The drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. Every drop of rain became heavy and cold. The rain became more and more violent. Between heaven and earth, it blocked Chern Zong's sight. It seemed that he couldn't see anything. Every drop of rain contained a trace of cold aura, which made Chern Zong feel cold to the bone. Fortunately, Chern Zong's physique was very strong and his qi and blood were very vigorous, so he was able to resist it. However, the aura was also invisibly disturbing his mind. It was very subtle and imperceptible, like a frog being boiled in warm water. For Chern Zong, this kind of interference was too subtle. Even if it was 100 times stronger, it wouldn't affect him much. However, under the heavy rain, it was indeed uncomfortable. His strength fluctuated and his aura spread out. A barrier appeared and covered him, immediately resisting the heavy rain. His eyes flickered. He stared ahead and paid attention to both sides. His soul sense also spread out. The suppression of his soul sense was more obvious. At this moment, in the outside world, in a secret room, hundreds and thousands of round mirrors were suspended in the air. One of the mirrors showed Chern Zong's figure. He's the first to wake up. This outlander seems to be quite capable, the black-robed man in charge of monitoring the thousands of mirrors in the secret room said with a sinister smile. He is indeed capable. I heard that he's worth 10 primary heaven elixirs, another black-robed man said. Oh, 10 primary heaven elixirs. This value should be one of the best among this batch of new blood. It's not bad. It's not only not bad. I heard that Elder Een personally activated the 100 evil formation. Everyone else fainted, except for this person, who stayed awake until the end. It seems that our black evil society has a great newcomer. Maybe there's some hope for him to go to the headquarters. Some information was revealed in their conversation. Unfortunately, Chern Zong was not present. Otherwise, he might be able to guess some things from their conversation. Now, Chern Zong didn't even know where he was. He could only take one step at a time. The torrential rain came and went quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, the torrential rain turned into a continuous drizzle until it stopped. After the rain, the ground was covered with water, but the sky was still gray. It seemed that there were always dark clouds, as if it would rain again at any time. Chapter 1300. The air after the drizzle was extremely humid. One could smell the fragrance of grass with a hint of an indescribable pungent smell. It was hard to tell what that smell was. A figure flew across the grass like a flash of light. A terrifying gust of wind cut through the grass like knives and swords, cutting off countless stalks of dark green grass. The grass shreds were swept up in the air behind the figure, rushing forward with a hint of bleakness. Chern Zong narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the figure that was approaching him at an alarming speed. It was a young man with a cold expression. When he saw Chern Zong, he seemed to have found his prey. A ferocious smile hung on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. The cold murderous intent mixed with the chill after the rain attacked like a storm. Chern Zong stood still, waiting for the other party to arrive. He didn't leave even after seeing me. Is he confident, or is he a newcomer? The young man who flew over thought. Faces and names flashed through his mind. After comparison, he knew that this person should be a newcomer. Newcomers were all stupid and didn't know the situation at all. If that was the case, the ferocious smile on the young man's face disappeared. His cold gaze was also restrained with a gentle smile. It seemed that his murderous intent had slowly turned into friendliness. The two of them were very far apart, at least tens of thousands of meters away. Moreover, the young man's expression was very subtle. If one wasn't observant, it would be difficult to tell the difference. However, Chern Zong's 5 senses were sharp. He saw the change clearly in an instant. "Hello, friend. My name is Gui. How should I address you?" The young man appeared in front of Chern Zong. His face was filled with a hint of modesty, friendliness, and danger. He looked harmless. If Chern Zong hadn't seen the coldness in the young man's eyes and the ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, he would have been deceived. Chern Zong stared at the young man and said his name. He carefully observed the young man's subtle expression. However, when the young man heard his name, there was nothing unusual. He just smiled more normally. "Brother Chern, are you unaware of the situation here?" Gui asked with a smile. "Ask for advice?" Chern Zong's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he had no idea what was going on here. His eyes were blank, and it was time for him to gather information. This place is called the Evil Rain's Secret Realm. Gui did not seem to have any intention of hiding anything. "Yusha Mystery Land?" Chern Zong frowned slightly. "How can I leave?" "Leave?" Gui seemed to be astonished. He walked around casually and smiled bitterly. "Brother Chern, it is not easy to leave after entering the Evil Rain's secret realm. There is only one condition that can be fulfilled, and that is—" Before he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from his strange heart. His eyes were cold and dense, and a tyrannical power burst forth. His entire body instantly exploded, like a venomous snake that had locked onto its prey and was waiting for the best opportunity. The distance was very close, only 2 meters. To an ordinary person, 2 meters would take some time to cross, but to a powerful cultivator, 2 meters would be crossed in the blink of an eye. This was an attack that had been planned for a long time, and it was also a killing blow. He only wanted to kill his opponent, leaving no room for negotiation. From a joke to a killing blow, the whole process changed very quickly, like lightning and thunder. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely not be able to resist. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured, and it would be difficult for them to display their strength. However, from the beginning, Chern Zong had maintained a high level of vigilance. Even if the other party's attitude changed, Chern Zong did not relax. The moment the other party attacked, Chern Zong felt it. This attack was like a venomous snake coming out of its hole. It was strange, tricky, and filled with killing intent. An extremely cold, murderous aura enveloped Chern Zong from head to toe. 1 hit, 1 kill. However, in an instant, the trace of pride in Gui Yi's eyes disappeared, and it was replaced by shock. This killing blow that had been planned for a long time did not hit the opponent. What it hit was only an afterimage. So fast a reaction. So fast. The moment this thought came to his mind, before he could react, a palm with a terrifying force that could destroy a mountain landed heavily on his back. Gui could clearly hear the sound of his protective energy shattering, the bones in his back shattering, and even the sound of his blood surging and his organs being crushed. A terrifyingly high temperature instantly gushed into his body like a torrent of magma, as if it wanted to burn his body. The blood he spat out emitted an astonishing heat, and when it spilled onto the damp grass, steam rose in spirals. 1 palm. With just 1 palm, Gui, who had the strength of a low-level half-saint, was severely injured. An extremely hot power surged wildly in his body, as if it was going to completely destroy and burn his body. Gui fell forward onto the ground, his entire body burning and aching. He struggled to get up, but suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his back. It was a foot. That foot was stepping on his back, humiliating him so that he could not move. It was as heavy as a mountain. "Tell me everything you know." Chern Zong stepped on Gui Yi's back with 1 foot. The tyrannical force made it difficult for Gui Yi to move, as if he was directly suppressed. Chern Zong's gaze was cold and condescending, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. From the beginning, Chernzong had seen the ferocious and murderous look on Gui Yi's face, but for some reason, Gui Yi had restrained it. However, Chernzong did not let down his guard, and had been paying attention to Gui Yi. As soon as Gui Yi attacked, Chernzong completely grasped the situation. Of course, this was also because Gui Yi was only a low-level half-saint. Although his strength was not bad, and he was more powerful than ordinary low-level half-saints in the true martial upper domain, he was still a low-level half-saint, and his strength was limited. With such strength, even if Chernzong did not dodge, he could still block Gui Yi's attack with his own defense. After all, Chernzong's super-spiritual energy was very strong, and formed a layer of defense. In addition, his super dragon power formed a layer of defense, and the defense brought by his powerful physique. With a total of 3 layers of defense, it was impossible to break through without a mid-level half-saint's attack. Gui Yi called himself Gui Yi and called this place the Evil Reign's secret realm. Obviously, he knew a lot of information, and it was a good opportunity to interrogate him to dispel Chernzong's doubts and confusion. However, in the face of Chernzong's interrogation, Gui Yi did not speak. Chernzong slightly exerted force with his right foot, and an astonishing power burst forth. He instantly stomped down, as if he wanted to crush Gui Yi's body. The terrifying power blasted into Gui Yi's body through Gui Yi's back, wreaking havoc, and causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "If you don't speak, I will crush your bones inch by inch." Chernzong's tone carried a trace of coldness. "If you speak, perhaps I will spare your life." Chernzong had never been merciful to people who wanted to kill him. This time, he did not directly kill Gui Yi because he wanted to get some information from him. If Gui Yi's information satisfied him, it was not impossible to spare his life. Gui Yi's face was full of shock. He could hear the decisiveness in Chernzong's words. It was definitely not a threat, and he would really do it. The feeling of having one's bones crushed inch by inch was not a good feeling. The pain and torture was enough to break a person. "I will speak." Gui Yi gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "After I speak, give me a quick death." He believed that Chernzong would not let him go so easily. Sometimes, sparing the other person's life was just an excuse. This place is called the Evil Reign's secret realm. It is a place where the Black Fiend nurtures new blood. Gui Yi opened his mouth to speak, and Chernzong listened carefully. After taking in all kinds of information, he analyzed and guessed based on his own thought. Gui Yi said a lot, but in fact, he did not know much. He only knew the basic information, and the rest was from hearsay and his own guesses. However, this also allowed Chernzong to have a clearer understanding of his situation. In this world, if there was day, there would be night. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Where there was justice, there would be evil. Everything was in opposition to each other. The Black Fiend was an underworld organization. They were active in the dark, destroying and killing everywhere. The enemies of the Black Fiend were naturally the righteous cultivators who walked under the sun. Chernzong had never imagined that he would one day become a cultivator of an underworld organization. However, after listening to Gui Yi's explanation, Chernzong knew that it was not that simple. As a huge underworld organization, the structure of the Black Fiend was very complicated. Gui Yi was not clear about it, and only briefly mentioned it. Whether it was a righteous or an underworld organization, it was impossible for it to exist out of thin air. It needed enough manpower, enough experts, and enough powerhouses to operate and survive for a long time. Only then could it continue to grow. Therefore, the Black Fiend would constantly recruit new people. They called them new blood. The recruitment method of the Black Fiend was different from that of the righteous sections. There were kidnappings, purchases, and some people joined the Black Fiend half-willingly. For example, the 60 geniuses from the true martial upper zone, such as Chernzong, had joined the Black Fiend by purchasing. Ming Daozi had brought Chen Zong and the others to the Black Fiend and sold them to the Black Fiend for a fortune. The Black Fiend had to pay some fortune in exchange for a batch of new blood. It was a win-win situation. However, after joining the Black Fiend, they did not immediately become a member of the Black Fiend. Instead, they had to undergo the Black Fiend's test. To put it bluntly, it was a selection. The strong would survive, and the weak would be eliminated. Elimination often meant death, and becoming a stepping stone for others. Gui Yi had joined the Black Fiend a few months earlier than Chen Zong. He had joined the Black Fiend half-willingly. The Evil Rain Mystic Realm was a place to nurture the new blood of the Black Fiend. Only by gathering 100 Evil Rain marks in the Evil Rain Mystic Realm could one leave the Evil Rain Mystic Realm and truly become a member of the Black Fiend. As for the method of obtaining the Evil Rain mark, it was very simple and direct. It was to kill. Everyone who entered the Evil Rain Mystic Realm would have everything taken away and an Evil Rain mark on the back of their hand. Only by killing the other party could one obtain the Evil Rain mark. Kill. This was the only way to take away the Evil Rain mark. It was very cruel. Chapter 1301. Go, Chen Zong said calmly as he retracted his right foot. Gui Yi was stunned. He thought he was going to die. After he told Chen Zong everything, he only wanted to die quickly. You're really letting me go? Gui Yi asked in surprise. Chen Zong ignored him. Gui Yi smiled and said, I won't be grateful to you if you let me go. On the contrary, if I have the chance, I won't hesitate to kill you. Then only death awaits you. Chen Zong's answer was very direct. He let Gui Yi go this time because Gui Yi gave him a lot of information. Although Gui Yi was ruthless, he wasn't a weakling. Moreover, with Gui Yi's strength, he wouldn't be a threat to Chen Zong. Maybe, but I can't be merciful here. Otherwise, I'll only get myself killed, Gui Yi said as his body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, quickly distancing himself from Chen Zong. Merciful. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. Of course, he might be merciful to those who came to the Evil Rain's secret land earlier. However, Chen Zong didn't feel anything special. He didn't kill for the sake of killing. However, now that he understood the situation, he had to kill some people in order to leave the Evil Rain's secret land as soon as possible. Because only by killing people could he obtain the Evil Rain mark. 100 marks. Including the mark he had to kill 99 people. Of course, he might not need to use it. For example, the person he killed might have many Evil Rain marks. I don't have anything now. I need to get a sword first, Chen Zong said to himself. He practiced the sword and almost all his strength was in the sword. There was a big difference in strength between having a sword and not having a sword. Moreover, a normal sword wouldn't be enough. It couldn't withstand his super spiritual power. It had to be at least a 9th grade spiritual weapon. An 8th grade spiritual weapon would be too difficult. Suddenly, Chen Zong had a thought. Since when did 8th grade or 9th grade spiritual weapons become insignificant to him? Not long ago, he was still happy to get a 4th grade spiritual weapon. Soon, it started drizzling again. This place was called the Rain Fiend Mystic Realm precisely because of the frequent rain. That's right. This kid can actually defeat a low-level half-saint with ease. In terms of talent level, he should be a marquis, and a relatively strong one at that. So what? A soft-hearted woman won't live long. The two black-robed men in the monitoring room stared at the scene on the mirror. Although they could not hear the sound, they could see that Chen Zong clearly had the opportunity to kill the other party, but let him go. They said disdainfully. Among the Black Fiends, being soft-hearted was the greatest taboo. It was not only the Black Fiend, but also the other dark forces. Ruthlessness was one of the essential conditions for the dark forces to be able to survive and grow stronger under the pursuit and suppression of the righteous forces. Those who were not ruthless enough would either die in the hands of the cultivators from the dark forces or the cultivators from the righteous forces. Why don't we bet on whether or not this kid can walk out of the fiendish rain mystic realm? A black-robed man suggested. All right. In that case, let's bet 1 heaven primary elixir, another black-robed man said. 1 elixir. The black-robed man who suggested the bet was shocked. No, no, no. At most 50 earth primary elixirs. 50 earth primary elixirs it is. The black-robed man who suggested 1 heaven primary elixir did not mind. In fact, 1 heaven primary elixir was indeed a high price for them. Even 50 earth primary elixirs was not a small amount. Wealth was often related to strength. It was relative. A strong strength would have more wealth. A weak strength would have more wealth. It was a sin for a weak strength to have more wealth. The fiendish rain mystic realm was not small. Chern Zong flew forward alone while paying attention to the consumption of his strength. It was difficult to find things to replenish one's strength here. For example, elixirs were almost non-existent. Therefore, he had to pay attention to the consumption of his strength at all times. He had to slowly absorb the qi of heaven and earth in the air to replenish himself. He had to do his best to ensure that his essence, qi, and spirit were always in peak condition. It was very difficult to replenish one's strength here. Although one could maintain one's life without eating, one had to consider the consumption of other things. Chern Zong pondered for a while and was surprised. This black fiend's method of nurturing new blood was really very strict and also very scary. As a dark force, they would not appear in the light often like the cultivators of the righteous forces. They knew how to hide and so on. These were all abilities that they had to master. They also had to learn how to face all kinds of harsh environments to ensure that they could survive better in harsh environments. Even in desperate situations, they had to think of all ways to survive. They were ruthless to others and ruthless to themselves. It was as if they were calculating carefully, using every cent to the extreme. In the gray sky, a ray of light appeared and attracted Chern Zong's attention. It also attracted the attention of the other people in the fiendish rain mystic realm. That's the delivery of resources. Chern Zong was instantly delighted. Everyone who entered the fiendish rain mystic realm would have their storage rings, weapons, and so on taken away. Everyone was thrown into the mystic realm empty-handed. In this way, those who cultivated palm techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques would have an advantage. On the other hand, those who cultivated weapons would lose their advantage. However, it was not always like that. In the fiendish rain mystic realm, there were weapons. However, whether one could obtain a weapon depended on luck. However, the weapons in the mystic realm were more ordinary weapons. If one wanted to obtain a more powerful weapon, there was only one way, and that was through the delivery of resources. The delivery of resources was irregular and there was no pattern to it. It might be released once every few days, once every 10 days, or even once every month or more. The resources delivered were not singular. Sometimes it was weapons, sometimes it could be one or a few types, sometimes it could be elixirs, and so on. However, no one knew what kind of resources would be delivered this time. According to Gui Yi, every time the resources were delivered, it would attract a group of people and a life and death battle would break out. A group of people would die and someone would snatch the resources before it would end. The strong would survive, and the weak would die. This was the iron law. No matter what kind of resources it is, I should at least take a look. Perhaps it will be useful to me, Chern Zong said to himself. Using his movement technique, he quickly flew towards the source of the light. The new resources are all mine. A bald young man grinned. His eyes shone with a terrifying cold light. He took a step forward and dashed forward like a fierce tiger in the mountains. His speed was astonishing and his aura was fierce. I hope this batch of resources is useful. A young man in a blood-red robe said coldly. His body was surrounded by a scarlet mist. His entire body seemed to be weightless as he floated forward like a gust of wind. The new resources and the people who go will all die in my hands. The young man, who had a scar on his face that almost split his face into two, licked his lip. His long and narrow eyes shone with an extremely terrifying aura. The scar seemed to be even more ferocious and terrifying. It was like a red centipede that was wriggling. A glance at it would make a timid person cry and faint. With a boom, the beam of light fell like a meteor and bombarded the ground of the evil rain's secret land. It directly blasted a hole and caused the ground to shake. A pitch-black box was embedded in the hole. Kacha 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 kacha. The black square metal box slowly opened, and several rays of light shot out. The 3 items are all mine. The person who arrived first did not hesitate. He immediately took a step forward with an even faster speed. His body was like lightning as he approached the 3 items that were emitting various colors of light. He grabbed with his hand, intending to grab the 3 items and quickly leave the place. However, when he approached the 3 items and was about to grab them, a terrifying aura shot over from afar. It was an extremely intense and cold beam of light that tore through the sky like an icy bolt of lightning. It pierced through the layers of rain and shot over. It was fast, ruthless, and accurate. The expression of the person who arrived first to take the 3 items changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he gave up the 3 items and used his body movement technique to the extreme. He left behind a few afterimages and quickly dodged to the side. The cold beam of light pierced through all the afterimages. The terrifying power contained in the beam of light shattered all the afterimages. With a boom, the cold lightning-like beam of light hit the grass and instantly exploded. The terrifying power spread out in all directions and shattered countless dark green grass in all directions. The explosion created a hole that was a few meters wide. The evil rain's secret land's restrictive power was very strong. It could create a hole that was a few meters wide. Its power was extraordinary. In the distance, a young man in silver armor held a silver longbow. He drew the bow again. There was no arrow, but a beam of light condensed and stretched on it. It turned into a sharp arrow of light that aimed at the previous target and shot out again. "If you want to stop me, I'll kill you first." The person who arrived first shouted angrily and turned into a gust of wind. His body moved erratically as he quickly rushed toward the other party. He dodged the other party's arrow of light and quickly closed in. The 3rd arrow of light condensed again, but it did not shoot out. Instead, it slowly adjusted and moved. The person with the bow had a cold expression. His eyes were cold and sharp, filled with killing intent. In this place it was either kill or be killed. He was prepared and prepared. 100 meters. That person was already within 100 meters and was constantly closing in. To the person with the bow, it would be disadvantageous if the other party got close to him. 50 meters. The killing intent on the other party's face was very clear. The killing intent in his eyes was also very strong. He loosened his fingers and the arrow of light shot out at an astonishing speed. It swept across the sky like a bolt of lightning and covered a short distance of 50 meters in an instant. That person's pupils contracted rapidly. However, at the most critical moment, he suddenly moved his body and narrowly avoided the arrow of light. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. Dangerous. It was extremely dangerous in an instant. However, he had avoided it. The distance between them was constantly closing. In less than a breath's time, he would be able to close in and kill the other party. Chapter 1302. It was drizzling, and there was killing intent in the rain. The man with the bow smiled coldly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the man's palm and took the evil rain mark from the back of his hand. Taking the evil rain mark was just a matter of a breath. The man immediately flew toward the 3 resources. But at this moment, other people had already rushed here. Every time the resources arrived, there would be a bloody battle, and it would affect a lot of people. It was the same this time. When Chernzong arrived, he saw 4 figures fighting fiercely. Every figure had a shocking, murderous look. On the one hand, it was because of the aura of the evil rain mystery land, and on the other hand, it was because of the constant fighting and killing here. When killing people in the evil rain mystery land, the concentration of murderous look was very obvious. Chernzong's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the 4. Suddenly, 4 shocking murderous looks spread out and locked onto Chernzong from afar. The 4 murderous looks were different. Murderous looks were also a kind of aura. The aura was closely related to the cultivator. These 4 murderous looks were not weak. They were all low-level half-saints, and seemed to be stronger than ghost wings. But to Chernzong, they were nothing. Even if they did not have a sword in their hands, they could not threaten Chernzong. Only mid-level half-saints could threaten Chernzong, who did not have a sword to use. The 4 seemed to have a tacit understanding. When they locked onto Chernzong with their murderous looks, they stopped fighting at the same time. Then, they attacked Chernzong. 4 terrifying attacks arrived in an instant. The shocking power tore the ground apart, and countless grasses were torn and smashed into pieces. Break! Chernzong's eyes flashed. As the blazing super dragon power surged, he raised his palm. There was a trace of red flowing in his palm, and it rolled like a wheel. It burst out with shocking power and instantly attacked. This palm strike was capable of destroying mountains and mountains. This palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. Fierce mountain palm. Ever since Chernzong had mastered this move, he rarely used it. But as time passed, Chernzong's comprehension of this move became more and more profound, and its power became more and more powerful. He blasted out a palm, and an extremely terrifying power blasted out like a volcanic eruption, shattering everything. The power of this palm strike was extremely terrifying. It instantly shattered all 4 of the incoming attack. Chernzong rapidly approached the 3 glowing objects. Chernzong could vaguely see the 3 items through the light. Sword. Medicinal pills. Shield. Sword. Chernzong's eyes flashed. He had to get the sword. As for the pills, he would get them if he could, but he did not care about the shield. To close in on him, the shield was of no use, the sword was the most important. Chernzong was as fast as a gust of wind, yet as light as a feather. He headed straight for the 3 glowing swords. He had to get the swords first. Then his swordsmanship would be put to good use, and his strength would be better displayed. Just as Chernzong approached the 3 materials, "Die!" an extremely terrifying voice suddenly rang out, and an earth-shattering baleful aura swept out like a raging wave. An astonishing ray of light with a terrifying might blasted through the air, as if it wanted to split the earth and tear the sky apart. This strike immediately made Chernzong's hair stand on end, and his face changed greatly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an overbearing black light, like a huge crescent moon, rushing toward him, tearing the ground as it passed. This strike had surpassed the power of an ordinary middle-level half-saint, and was close to that of a high-level half-saint. It was enough to threaten Chernzong. Moreover, this strike was not only powerful, but also very flexible. It locked onto Chernzong, and there seemed to be no way to dodge it. When Chernzong moved, he seemed to be attracted by the evil spirit. He changed his direction and attacked again. In the next moment, 2 more pitch-black crescent moons broke through the air, forming a circle and further blocking Chernzong, intending to kill Chernzong on the spot. On the other side, a bloody light rapidly broke through the air, and its target was the 3 materials. The 4 people, who were originally in a mess, immediately stopped fighting and rushed toward the bloody figure. "Get out of here!" the blood-red figure coldly shouted. His voice was filled with a shocking baleful aura. With a wave of his sleeve, an extremely terrifying blood-red aura was swept up. The aura emitted an extremely shocking rumbling sound. It was as if huge waves were roaring across the sea. It was also filled with an extremely terrifying baleful aura that was as cold as a blade. The power of this strike was fully displayed, as if it could break a mountain. The four people's faces suddenly changed, and they all burst out more powerful strength. The four of them were low-level half-saints, and the one who came was a middle-level half-saint. Under normal circumstances, there was a big gap between the strength of a low-level half-saint and a middle-level half-saint. Chernzong blasted out a palm, and the fierce mountain palm burst out with amazing power, destroying everything in front of it in an instant. However, the moment it collided with the pitch-black light, the power of the fierce mountain palm was defeated. Chernzong's body-refining cultivation was really good. The fierce mountain palm's attack was enough to defeat a low-level half-saint, but it was not enough. The power of this pitch-black crescent moons was so strong that a middle-level half-saint was no match for it. Chernzong operated his ultra-spiritual power, and his fingers were like a sword. The sword light surged and he slashed out. The sword light was as fast and fierce as lightning, breaking through the air. The sword light was broken again, and the remaining 2 crescent moons continued to break through the air. A tall and strong figure with a giant axe approached rapidly. He jumped dozens of meters in the air, and then fell like a meteor. The giant axe was in the air, and the man and the axe were one, bursting out with great power. Kill. When the axe fell, its power was so shocking that it seemed like it was going to shatter the ground. A terrifying pressure enveloped an area of several hundred meters, and it immediately caused the blood-robed figure to stop. The other 4 low-level half-saints also stopped in their track. They were extremely shocked. The power of this axe was so terrible that it seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. Under the pressure of this axe, the 5 people's faces changed greatly, and they felt like they were going to be split and crushed. It was so terrible. High-level half-saint. Chernzong's expression turned serious. The power of the axe had reached the level of a high-level half-saint. Moreover, it contained an aura that could suppress everything. It was like an axe mountain was pressing down on Chernzong, making it difficult for him to move and dodge. He could only take the attack head-on. The pressure was as great as a mountain, but it was not enough for Chernzong. His power burst out, and he opened the pressure in an instant. He stepped out like a flying sword, and turned into a swift sword light. In a flash, he crossed the sky and flew straight to the sword among the 3 materials. Chop! The axe fell directly, and the huge black axe light, which was more than 10 meters long, fell down like the collapse of the sky. It shattered everything, and the terrible power burst out in an instant. The area within a radius of 100 meters was covered by this attack. The scarlet-robed figure and the 4 low-level half-saints had already retreated. They all knew the horror of this person with the huge axe. Axe Demon. This person was called Axe Demon, and it was said that as many as 90 people had died under his huge axe. In fact, he had gathered enough evil rain marks to leave the evil rain secret land, but he did not leave. Instead, he continued to stay here, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of killing people. One of the most untouchable people in the evil rain secret land was Axe Demon. If Axe Demon wanted to kill people, no one could stop him. This person did not run away, but wanted to fight with Axe Demon. He also wanted to risk his life to seize the materials. He was really reckless. The 5 people stopped fighting, and looked at Axe Demon and the reckless person from afar. Soon, that person would be chopped and crushed by Axe Demon's huge axe, just like the others in the past. He would die miserably. Under the chop of the axe light, the ground shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake. The terrible power turned into shock waves that swept out, wreaking havoc in all directions, and shattered everything. The shock waves were so strong and fast that ordinary mid-level half-saints had to retreat, or they would be injured. But when the terrible shock waves hit Chernzong, it only made Chernzong faster. He reached out and grabbed the light. Then he operated his super-spiritual power, and the light shattered, revealing the sword inside. The sword was 1 meter long, and it was ice blue all over, as if it was made of ice, and emitted traces of cold air. Grade 9 Spiritual Weapon. Chernzong judged the level of the sword as soon as it was in his hand. Grade 9 Spiritual Weapon. This level was a little low, but it could still bear his power. In this way, with the sword in hand, he could better exert his strength. Axe Demon landed on the ground, and his huge axe chopped across the sky with a terrible light. The light was overbearing, violent, and sharp, as if it carried the weight of a mountain. The 5 people who were far away felt the terrible power wave attack, and they subconsciously retreated more than 10 meters before they felt better. Chernzong drew out his sword. The sword light was ice blue, as if it was made of ice. It gently slashed and hit the violent axe blade. The axe blade suddenly stopped, and Axe Demon's expression changed slightly. He felt that the sword had hit the weak part of his axe. Die! With a sudden shout, Axe Demon's arm muscles swelled, and his tyrannical power broke out again. His axe bounced with amazing power, and he attacked again. Chernzong jumped up with the strength of the sword, and then he chopped down with his sword. The ice-blue sword light turned into an extremely sharp crescent moon, and it broke through the sky and struck down. This person is so strong. He can actually fight Axe Demon head-on. The 4 low-level half-holy saints were shocked, but they also felt lingering fear. Just now, the 4 of them had attacked Chernzong. If Axe Demon hadn't arrived, the 4 of them would have fought him directly. According to this comparison of strength, the 4 of them were no match for him and would have died without a doubt. Thinking of this, the 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat, and their hearts palpitated. The blood-robed man stared coldly at Chernzong, his expression becoming more and more gloomy. I've never seen this person before, but with such strength, he can't be a nobody. A newcomer! This person is new. Thinking of this, they became more and more shocked. A newcomer with such strength was simply too terrifying. Moreover, although the other party's aura was very strong, it was not that of a half-saint. In other words, this person was not a half-saint, but a transcendent. A transcendent could actually fight head-on with Axe Demon, a high-level half-saint, and not be defeated. How was this possible? Chapter 1303. Come on, let's go crazy. Heh, this kid is really stupid. He didn't turn around and leave immediately after encountering Axe Demon. He even wants to fight Axe Demon. One of the 2 black-robed men who made the bet in the secret chamber laughed and said in a mocking tone, "It seems that you will lose this time. You can give me the 50 Earth Restoration pills first." Really stupid. The other black-robed man's tone was very unpleasant, showing that he was in a bad mood. The 2 black-robed men often monitored the Evil Reign's secret realm, so they knew who was strong and who was weak. Axe Demon was one of the 3 strongest people in the Evil Reign's secret realm at this moment. His strength was terrifying, and his methods were extremely cruel. Those who had encountered him in the past were all smashed to death by his giant axe. Originally, he was optimistic about this kid and made the bet, but he didn't expect this kid to be so stupid as to seek his own death and make him lose 50 Earth Restoration pills. Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. The black-robed man struggled again. 50 Earth Restoration pills was not a small number for him, so of course, he wouldn't take it out easily unless Chernzong was really killed by Axe Demon. After a few dozen breaths, the 2 black-robed men were dumbfounded. What did they just see? The kid they thought was stupid and seeking his own death was actually fighting Axe Demon head-on and not at a disadvantage. This kid is actually so strong. Incredible. The 2 black-robed men muttered to themselves. I didn't expect this kid to be a high-level half-saint. Through the mirror, they could only see the situation and images, but they couldn't hear or feel the aura. Otherwise, they would be shocked if they sensed Chernzong's aura. Chernzong wasn't a high-level half-saint, but a transcendent. A transcendent being able to possess the strength of a high-order half-saint, Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying such a feat was. Chernzong didn't know this. Axe Demon was indeed very strong, and the giant axe should weigh tens of thousands of kilograms, but Chernzong didn't feel any dragon force fluctuations from Axe Demon. In other words, Axe Demon didn't cultivate his body, but just had innate divine strength. His innate strength allowed him to easily wield a giant axe that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. This kind of strength was truly terrifying. With the huge axe in hand, Axe Demon's attainments in axe arts were also very high. Every time he chopped down with the axe, it would burst forth with astonishing power. Yet, he was able to lift the heavy axe as if it were light. Even though the huge axe weighed tens of thousands of pounds, it was no different from a tree branch in his hand. The axe technique was extremely tough and powerful. When it was executed, it contained many minute variations. It was as exquisite as a strong man holding an embroidery needle. This hidden exquisiteness immediately caused the axe technique of Axe Demon to become even more frightening. Below the overt moves were the hidden moves. The combination of light and darkness made it even harder for people to guard against. Genius! Chernzong could not help but exclaim. Although this Axe Demon was cruel and bloodthirsty, he was indeed a genius, especially in the Tao of axes. With a sword in his hand, Chernzong was able to fight fiercely with Axe Demon without falling into a disadvantageous position. Giant axe. Death by 1,000 cuts. Axe Demon grinned and the scars on his face wriggled. He looked even more ferocious and terrifying. His roar was as deep as thunder and reverberated in all directions. His strong body suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was like thunder and lightning, yet it was also like a raging tide that surged in all directions. As the heaven and earth trembled, thousands of rays of power surged out from his strong body. In an instant, it was like a river of water that flowed into the long axe in his hand. There was a burst of black light and an ominous aura like a tide. It was awe-inspiring and tyrannical as it filled the heaven and earth and filled all directions. With a ferocious expression, Axe Demon looked like a demon that was about to devour people. Axe Demon's hands shook and his muscular arms shook forward. The huge axe seemed to be chopping and stabbing as it stirred up a terrifying storm and struck out. This strike was as though the heaven and earth were falling apart. There was also an extremely terrifying black light blade that filled the surroundings. The combination of power and skill seemed to be able to shatter everything and completely destroy everything in the surroundings. Death by 1,000 cuts. As the name implied, it lived up to its name. The people in the distance were shocked. They knew that this was Axe Demon's signature move and dozens of people had already died under this move. After being hit by this move, one's body would first be smashed and then shattered into pieces. In the end, one would become a pile of flesh and blood. In the face of this move, one had to pay attention to the terrifying attack coming from the front and also to the light rays that were like swords and sabers. Chernzong's eyes were bright as he stared at the most powerful attack of the huge axe through the numerous black blade lights. The icy blue long sword trembled slightly, but in an instant, it burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. It was clearly a sword strike that looked light, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The combination of lightness and heaviness caused the expressions of the people watching from afar to change drastically. They felt a sense of contradiction permeating their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Axe Demon's expression also changed and became solemn. He was shocked to find that his opponent's swordsmanship was even more brilliant than his axe skills. This sword attack was aimed at the only flaw in his ultimate move. Was it a coincidence? This move was very powerful, but since it had already been fully displayed, there was no way to change it and he could only allow his opponent's sword attack to reach him. Following the flaw in his axe skill, Chernzong's sword arrived and the violent axe attack suddenly paused. It was a very slight pause, one that even a mid-order half-saint master would not be able to react to, but Chen Zong had directly grasped it. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong's icy blue sword suddenly burst forth with an incomparable light, and a cold aura rippled out, freezing the drizzle in an instant. The spirit artifacts here seemed to be different from those in the 4 great upper territories. For example, although this sword was a grade 9 spirit artifact, it contained the power of an ordinary 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, as well as a cold power. It was like a 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator, who cultivated an ice attribute. Secret art was stronger than an ordinary 9th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. The drizzle condensed into ice, carrying a terrifying sword chi as it shot towards Axe Demon, causing Axe Demon's complexion to change drastically again. Great Axe! River crossing. The muscles on his arms seemed to swell up again, and the veins on his arms turned black, like black pythons, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out in all directions. Both of his hands gripped the handle of the great axe tightly, as if he wanted to crush it, and an astonishing aura burst forth from his body. With a loud bang, the blow that was originally rushing forward came to a sudden halt. Axe Demon's expression twisted as the veins on his forehead bulged and the scars on his face turned blood red as a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. The great axe, carrying a tremendous force, suddenly moved horizontally in front of him, and a terrifying aura burst forth, blocking Chen Zong's sword attack and shattering countless ice fragments and sword chi. In the next breath, the muscles on Axe Demon's arms seemed like they were about to explode. The giant axe spun like a whirlwind and became incomparably violent. The shocking momentum was vast and mighty as it wreaked havoc in all directions. It was like a giant tornado that could both defend itself and attack the opponent. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. The strength and means displayed by Axe Demon were extraordinary, far more tyrannical than the high-order half-holy saint he faced in the true martial upper territories divine martial giant city's Golden Light City. Moreover, this axe move was extremely mysterious. Different cultivators had the same cultivation and strength, but if there were differences in the profoundness of their moves, then there would be differences in strength as well. Axe Demon's moves were undoubtedly mysterious. He had reached a very high level in the application of his strength and the study of his axe technique. He was a genius, one of the top geniuses in the 4 great upper territories. The giant tornado roared madly and an astonishing force constantly sucked in everything around it, but Chen Zong's figure seemed to be unaffected as he retreated. "You're really powerful. The materials are yours. This battle ends here." After forcing Chen Zong to retreat, Axe Demon did not attack again. He held the great axe in his right hand against the ground and stared at Chen Zong with intense light in his eyes. He said in a serious tone, "If it were in the outside world, this battle would definitely continue until one side was defeated. However, this was the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Without elixirs, one's strength would recover slowly after being consumed. Therefore, it was better to save as much energy as possible. Moreover, it was very dangerous here. If one consumed too much energy or was seriously injured, he might be killed by others." Chen Zong's strength was very strong. Axe Demon was not very confident that he could kill him, so he had to give up. After Axe Demon gave up, Chen Zong did not intend to continue the battle either. Axe Demon was very powerful, so it was not easy to kill him. He would consume a lot of energy, and the environment here was obviously not suitable for such a high-intensity life-and-death battle. Therefore, it was time to stop. Among the people who came, Axe Demon and Chen Zong were the strongest. The others could not compare. If Axe Demon did not fight, the others were not qualified to fight. On the contrary, they had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be killed and the evil rain mark taken. The sword was already in his hand. All that was left was a bottle of elixirs and a shield. Chen Zong was not very interested in the shield. However, when he poured out the elixir, he saw that it was cyan with circles of ripples on it. Chernzong did not know the name of the elixir, but the rich fragrance of the elixir made Chernzong's super spiritual power circulate and showed signs of recovery. Judging from his experience, this was an elixir that could restore super spiritual power. There were 3 elixirs like this in total. However, Chernzong did not know how much super spiritual power one elixir could restore. When he first came to the Tianyuan sacred region, he had fallen into the hands of the dark factions. Chernzong did not know much about the Tianyuan sacred region. Although he had the Great Abyss King's memories, the Great Abyss King was a formidable martial artist from ancient times. Back then, there were no 4 upper regions or the Tianyuan sacred region. After so many years, everything was changing. It was normal that there would be new cultivation techniques, new martial arts, and new elixirs. The Great Abyss King was a king-ranked formidable martial artist, but he was not an omniscient god. However, no matter what, 3 elixirs that could restore super spiritual power were not bad. As for the shield, Chernzong brought it along. Who knew when it would come in handy? Chapter 1304. Chernzong wasn't sure how big the Evil Rain Mystery Land was. However, there was a constant drizzle in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Sometimes it would turn into a rainstorm, and it rarely stopped raining. The humidity would undoubtedly make people feel uncomfortable. If they used their strength to resist it, their strength would be depleted and replenished slowly. However, if they didn't use their strength to resist it, they would be drenched. All these details seemed simple, but they meant something else. In the Evil Rain Mystery Land, there was no day and night. The sky was always gloomy and it was difficult to accurately sense the passage of time. Chernzong used the little trick left in King Taiyuan's memory to determine that he had been in the Evil Rain Mystery Land for 15 days. I have obtained 38 Evil Rain marks. Chernzong looked at the back of his left hand. In the past 15 days, Chernzong had been moving around. He had fought and killed people when he encountered them to obtain their Evil Rain mark. In addition to obtaining more than 30 Evil Rain marks, Chernzong had a better understanding of the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Currently, there were 3 most powerful people in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Axe Demon was one of them, and he was ranked 2nd. The most terrifying person was called Evil Saber. Of course, Chernzong didn't know that he had become an expert in many people's hearts. He was on par with Axe Demon and the other 2, and he was a great threat. I have to obtain 100 Evil Rain marks as soon as possible. Chernzong thought to himself. No matter what, it was better to leave as soon as possible. It would be best if he had the chance to leave the Black Evil Organization. Chernzong wasn't interested in the so-called Dark Coalition. Perhaps to Chernzong, there was no absolute justice or evil. There was no absolute light or absolute darkness. However, the Dark Coalition was the Dark Coalition. If he didn't like it, he didn't like it. There was nothing else. Another 3 days passed. Chernzong had 53 Evil Rain marks on the back of his left hand. Among them, there were a few geniuses from the true martial upper region. Including himself, 60 geniuses from the true martial upper province had also entered the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Those who were still alive had already learned all kinds of information. Naturally, they would not let go of any opportunity to kill and seize the Evil Rain mark. In addition, they were constantly disturbed and influenced by the evil spirit here, which made them more aggressive. When they saw Chernzong, it was inevitable that they would attack Chernzong. Since they wanted to kill him, Chernzong would not show any mercy. He would directly kill them and take the Rain Demon mark. In this place, the strong preyed on the weak. Of course, they could also work together. For example, right now, Chernzong had encountered 2 people who worked together. Both of them had the cultivation and strength of a mid-level half-saint. Kill! The 2 men did not waste any time. As soon as they saw Chernzong, they attacked without hesitation. Sometimes, people die from talking too much. The two men were very decisive. They immediately attacked from the left and the right. Their double sabers carried an extremely cold silver light. They cut through the air like a silver silk thread, cutting through the continuous drizzle. Amazing evil spirit was also integrated into the silver saber light. They carried an extreme killing intent and attacked without hesitation. The two men cooperated very well. They blocked all of Chernzong's dodging routes. But did Chernzong need to dodge? The answer was no. He turned the sword in his right hand upside down. It carried a touch of icy blue light across the sky. An icy aura spread out in an instant. The sword cut through the sky. The sword could not be seen. There was only an extremely bright light. It was extremely fast, like a thunderbolt that tore through the sky. 3 lights lit up in an instant. They crossed each other and were extinguished in the next moment. The sword that Chernzong named Ice Edge Sword was held upside down again. The 2 mid-level half-saints with long and narrow silver sabers stood still. They maintained the posture of slashing with their sabers. It was as if they had become 2 statues. The faces of these 2 people twitched slightly, as if they were struggling. Their eyes were also filled with a trace of unwillingness, but in the end they dimmed. Their auras quickly disappeared, and their vitality faded away. On their necks there was a fine red sword mark. 1 sword. Chernzong killed the 2 men with just 1 sword strike. The terrifying sword chi destroyed their vitality. After killing them, there was naturally a harvest. The sabers of the 2 men were only 8th level spiritual weapons. Chernzong did not have a storage ring, so he threw them away. The only useful thing was their evil rain marks. There was not only 1 mark. One had 12 marks, the other had 13 marks. In total, there were 25 marks. Including the 53 evil rain marks he already had, there were 78 marks in total. 78 marks. He was very close to 100 marks. After all, some people had more than 1 evil rain mark. According to what Chernzong learned these days, in addition to the 60 people from the Zhenwu upper field, there were many people who entered in the same batch. In other words, there were at least thousands of people in the Evil Rain Mystery Land. Moreover, there would be a new batch after a period of time. The small number ranged from 100 to nearly 1,000. In other words, the Evil Rain Mystery Land was always in operation. There were always people dying and leaving. When Ghost Wings saw Chernzong from afar, he was startled at first. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. He clearly remembered that when he faced Chernzong last time, he launched a surprise attack. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also beaten half to death. There was a huge gap in strength between them. Moreover, he had heard some news not long ago. This person faced Axe Demon head-on and was not at a disadvantage. In the end, Axe Demon proposed to stop the fight. His strength was indeed terrifying. If he did not run when encountering such a fierce person, should he wait for death? Chernzong naturally saw Ghost Wings. Ghost Wings' reaction surprised Chernzong, but he had no intention of pursuing him. On the 25th day, the number of rain baleful imprints in Chernzong's possession had already reached a total of 97, and he only needed to obtain 3 more to be able to leave this place. Chernzong encountered Hong Fengling. Compared to 25 days ago, Hong Fengling was full of killing intent. Her eyes were also sharper. Hong Fengling stared at Chernzong. There seemed to be flames burning in her eyes. "You're no match for me," Chernzong said. "If you fight, I'll kill you." Since they were both from the outer field, Chernzong would not take the initiative to kill Hong Fengling. This was the same for those people from before. However, they took the initiative to kill Chernzong. Since that was the case, Chernzong would not show mercy. After staring deeply at Chernzong for a few breaths, the flames in Hong Fengling's eyes dimmed. She turned around and left quickly. She knew very well that although her strength had increased, she was still no match for him. Moreover, he was not lying to her. If she took the initiative to attack, she would die without a doubt. No matter what, She did not want to die. If you don't kill me today, I'll pay you back with my life in the future. Hong Fengling's voice sounded. She knew that if Chen Zong made a move, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he could kill her. As a prideful person, Hong Fengling saw this as a favor that saved her life. Hearing this, Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. This Hong Fengling was really interesting. On the 28th day, Chen Zong had not encountered anyone for 2 days. It was only today that he met someone who wanted to kill him, but ended up being killed by him. 103 evil rain marks. In an instant, the evil rain marks on the back of his left hand emitted bursts of light. They left the back of his left hand and flew into the air, condensing into a 3-dimensional mark. As the light filled the air, a thought spread out. Choose. Do you want to leave the evil rain's secret land? Chen Zong naturally chose yes. He was not someone like Axe Demon who was unwilling to leave even though he already had 100 evil rain marks. Instead, he continued to stay and kill. He had no idea how many evil rain marks Axe Demon had accumulated. After Chen Zong made his choice, he received a reply. Chen Zong was asked to head east and he would be able to leave the evil rain's secret land. This was actually considered the final test. He had to find the door of the evil rain's secret land and leave using his own ability. If he was intercepted midway, he would die. He Sha would not do anything about it. Chen Zong was quite lucky. He ran all the way east and did not encounter any obstacles. It was very smooth. About half a day later, Chen Zong saw a door that was opening out of thin air. Following the guidance of the evil rain mark, Chen Zong stepped into the door that rippled like black water. It was as if he was shuttling through dark water. He could not see, hear, or smell. It was as if he had lost all of his 5 senses. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was also just a moment. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a sharp cold light as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He discovered that he had appeared in a secret room. The lighting was somewhat dim. The secret room was not big, but it was empty. He was the only one standing here. Suddenly, a cold and tyrannical aura fell from the sky and locked onto him. Chen Zong immediately felt his body stiffen and a chill run down his spine. This was the aura of a powerhouse. It was at least the aura of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He did not know where it came from. It took you 28 days to leave the evil rain's secret land, and you managed to fight Axe Demon head-on. You're not bad. An erratic and gloomy voice sounded. It seemed to come from all directions. Newcomer, give yourself a code name. Code name. Chen Zong knew that Axe Demon and Gui Yi in the evil rain's secret land were not real names. They were code names. In the Black Fiend organization, they generally did not use their real names. They each took a code name. Code name. Chen Zong pondered for a moment. He did not pay much attention to it. Let's call you Yunjian. Anyway, it was just a code name. Chen Zong did not care. He would find a way to leave the Black Fiend anyway. Yunjian. Good. No one else has used this code name yet. The eerie and erratic voice sounded again. You've done well. In light of this, you can make a reasonable request. Take back what's mine, Chen Zong said without hesitation. Take back what's yours. The eerie and erratic voice was a little surprised. This request was different from the requests of those who had performed well in the past. It was the first time he had heard such a request since he took over. However, it was not a particularly big request, so he agreed. Not long after, the items were indeed delivered. Unfortunately, most of the items in the storage ring had been taken away. They had been distributed during this time, so it would be difficult to get them back. However, the 3 swords were retrieved and returned to Chen Zong. Chapter 1305. Chen Zong was still the only one in the secret room. Yunjian, you've passed the Yusha Mystery Zone test. From now on, you're a member of the Black Demons. Don't ever think about leaving because the black demon mark on the back of your hand will always be there. The cold and fleeting voice seemed to be warning Chen Zong. Chen Zong was startled. He sensed it carefully and his face turned solemn. Chen Zong's thoughts flashed like lightning, and he immediately understood. In the test of the Hazy Rain Mystic Realm, after obtaining 100 Hazy Rain imprints, one would be able to leave the Hazy Rain Mystic Realm. And those 100 Hazy Rain imprints would eventually fuse into the Black Hazy imprint, which would be branded on the back of one's hand, forming a mark unique to the Black Hazy. The Black Demon mark can't be removed. No matter where you are, you're a member of the Black Demons. Live as a Black Demon. Die as a Black Demon. Don't make a mistake. The cold voice fell silent. Chen Zong's heart sank along with it. He didn't expect the Black Demons to be so terrifying. Once one joined the Black Demons and was branded, one couldn't leave. Even if one tried to escape, the Black Demon mark would sense it and hunt him down. I must leave. With this thought in mind, Chen Zong's eyes became extremely resolute. Yes, he must leave the Black Demons, even if he was hunted down. He didn't want to join such an organization. Since he didn't want to and didn't like it, why should he wrong himself? If he wronged himself, his heart wouldn't be happy. If his heart wasn't happy, his sword would be damaged. Leave. Once he found a chance, he must leave. Now, Chen Zong could be considered a member of the Black Fiend. He was given an independent room. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a set of tables and chairs. That was all. As a member of the Black Demons, even if Chen Zong didn't want to admit it, the Black Demons had already decided that it was the truth. Whatever Chen Zong needed to know would be passed to Chen Zong in the form of information. Chen Zong also consciously learned more information, especially about the Tianyuan sacred region. Firstly, he wanted to know more about the Tianyuan sacred region. Secondly, he wanted to prepare for his escape. The Tianyuan sacred region was extremely vast. It was far more vast than the Sky Pillar Upper Region or the True Martial Upper Region. Even if the 4 upper regions combined, they would still be a far cry from the Tianyuan sacred region. The Tianyuan sacred region was divided into 9 realms, and he was currently in one of the 9 realms, the Xianyuan realm. Just the profound origin world alone was more than 10 times the size of the Sky Pillar Upper Region. Just think about it and one could imagine how enormous it was. After all, the other 8 worlds weren't the slightest bit inferior to the profound origin world, and some of them were even larger. The mystic origin world had its own divisions. 1 world, 5 regions and 32 prefectures. To be precise, Chen Zong was currently in the ancient Wind Mansion in the Xianming territory of the Xianyuan world. As for the Black Fiend, it was one of the famous dark forces in the Xianming territory. It seemed to be the strongest dark force in the Xianming territory. As for the Black Fiend that Chen Zong was in, it was just a branch of the Black Fiend organization. As for how strong the Black Fiend branch was, Chen Zong didn't have a clear idea. He only knew that there were many Saint Realm powerhouses in this branch, at least 100 of them. A single branch had more than 100 Saint Realm powerhouses, and there were 32 Black Fiend branches in the entire Xianming territory. Including the headquarters, the number of Saint Realm powerhouses in the Xianming territory was in the thousands. White Cloud Mountain couldn't compare with such a number at all. Thinking of this, Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. As a member of White Cloud Mountain, he was a very important member. Naturally, he had a good understanding of White Cloud Mountain's heritage. It was unbelievable that such a large and powerful White Cloud Mountain couldn't compare to the Black Fiend organization. For a time, Chen Zong became even more vigilant. He buried his thoughts of leaving deep inside. He didn't want to think about it and didn't want to reveal any flaws. Every day, Chen Zong cultivated and collected as much information as possible to deepen his understanding of the environment. After various changes, Chen Zong felt that his bottleneck was loosening. Gradually, there were signs that he could begin to cultivate the 8th level of the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art. If he could cultivate the 8th level of the Great Abyss Cloud Scraping Art, his strength would increase again. No matter where he was, strength was the only thing that could truly make him feel at ease. With great strength came great confidence. It allowed him to face everything calmly. The Black Fiend organization had a strict division. The lowest level member was the Iron Fiend, followed by the Copper Fiend, Silver Fiend, Gold Fiend, and there were even higher levels above the Gold Fiend. Although the difference between the levels in the Black Fiend organization had nothing to do with strength, it had a lot to do with it. This was because only when one was strong enough, one could complete more difficult tasks and obtain more Fiend points to level up. However, the Iron Fiend and the Copper Fiend were generally below the Saint Rudiment stage. The Silver Fiend was at least at the Saint Rudiment stage, and so was the Gold Fiend. Normally, the Saint Rudiment stage might be the Copper Fiend's level, but the Gold Fiend was at least at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. Chern Zong's current level in the Black Fiend organization was the Iron Fiend. He did not have any Fiend points at all. Time flew by. Another half a month had passed. Chern Zong received his first task. It was not a task that he chose. Instead, it was a task that every official member of the Black Fiend organization had to complete. It was called the Black Fiend Baptism. Here's my chance. Chern Zong's eyes flashed. There were many powerhouses here. There were even powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to leave. However, if he went out to complete the task, he would have a greater chance of escaping. As for the Black Fiend mark, he would think about it after he escaped. He could not be bound to the Black Fiend organization for the rest of his life just because of a Black Fiend mark. The task that Chern Zong received was a personal one. He was required to kill a blue-robed disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion within 10 days, cut off his head, and bring it back to the Black Fiend branch. He was also required to leave behind his code name. When he learned about this task, Chern Zong was shocked. He once again felt the ruthlessness of the Black Fiend organization. Ancient Wind Mansion was not only a name for a region, but also a representation of a great force. There were several great righteous sects in the Ancient Wind Mansion territory. The Ancient Wind Mansion was one of them, and it was the most powerful one. It was even stronger than the Black Fiend Ancient Wind branch. The disciples of the Ancient Wind Mansion were divided into 3 ranks: blue-robed, and purple-robed. Blue-robed disciples were generally at the Transcendent Realm, blue-robed disciples were at the Half-Saint Realm, and purple-robed disciples were at the Early Saint Realm. As the most powerful force in the Ancient Wind Mansion territory, they were naturally very strict when it came to recruiting disciples. Every one of them was a genius. Therefore, even if a blue-robed disciple was killed, the Ancient Wind Mansion would pursue and investigate, let alone a blue-robed disciple. The Black Fiend branch wanted Chern Zong to kill a blue-robed disciple of the Ancient Wind Mansion. It was to push Chern Zong to the opposite side of the righteous sects, further ensuring that Chern Zong would not be able to escape the grasp of the Black Fiend organization. Because if they were to become enemies with the righteous forces, they would have nowhere to hide except by relying on the dark forces. Because the righteous forces would put them on the wanted list, attracting many righteous cultivators to hunt them down, causing endless trouble. Even if he could avoid being hunted down time and time again, he would inevitably die in the end. Moreover, the days of being hunted down like a stray dog were not easy. For a moment, Chern Zong's thoughts were thousands of thoughts. Countless sparks flew in his mind. The cause and effect, as well as the sinister intentions, were all analyzed by Chern Zong. This was not a conspiracy, but an open one. If he did not do it, the Black Fiend would kill him. If he did it, he would be hunted down by the righteous sects, forcing him to go against the righteous sects. This was what the Black Fiend organization did. I can't reject the mission from the Black Fiend organization, but I can't kill the blue-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion either. Chen Zong thought to himself. This mission's requirement was not as simple as killing the blue-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. He also had to cut off his head and leave behind his code name. This was purely a great provocation to the ancient Wind Mansion. It was an act to directly enrage the ancient Wind Mansion. Only those who were seeking death would do such a thing. He could not reject the mission, nor could he kill the disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. He could only act according to the situation and find a chance to escape. No matter what, he had 3 trump cards on him. If he used them well, escaping should not be a problem. This time, I will witness the entire process of you completing the mission. A powerhouse emitting a terrifying murderous aura said to Chernzong. This person was shrouded in a long black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Even his voice seemed to have changed, becoming hoarse and obscure. Chernzong's eyes instantly narrowed. Based on his aura, Chernzong could tell this person was an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. His cultivation level should be at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. They actually sent a 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse to monitor him while he carried out the mission. It was to prevent him from escaping. This Black Fiend organization was indeed becoming more and more terrifying. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only give it his all. Fortunately, the person sent by the Black Fiend organization to monitor him was a 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse and not a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Otherwise, his chances of escaping would be even lower. Perhaps he could kill this 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse with the Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. However, he only had 1 Flowing Cloud Flying Sword. Once he used it, it would be gone. Chernzong did not want to use it so easily. He would act according to the circumstances. Putting on a long black robe, Chernzong left the Black Fiend branch under the guidance of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The other party's aura directly shrouded Chernzong, as if he had sealed Chernzong's senses. This way, the safety of the Black Fiend branch was ensured. Unless Chernzong carried out the mission and truly obtained the Black Fiend's approval. Ruthless and cautious, the Black Fiend organization had existed for so many years. It was indeed extraordinary. It was currently night. The night was dark and there was no one in the alley other than Chernzong. Relying on his amazing eyesight, Chernzong began to take action after he saw his surroundings. First, he took off his long black robe. After all, it was very conspicuous and would easily attract attention. What the other party did not know was that he could not block Chernzong's senses because Chernzong's soul realm had reached the late soul gathering realm. That was a level that only a powerful Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could reach. Chernzong already knew the entrance to the Black Fiend branch. The time limit for the mission was 10 days. Chernzong walked out of the alley and stepped onto the street. Chapter 1306. 10 days. Time was actually very short. Chernzong was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he gathered information first. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to put on an act so that the other party would not notice anything amiss. His powerful soul allowed Chernzong to sense that he was being watched. However, he did not know where the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage Heisha was. Su Jing. This was a green-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. Chernzong had his eyes on him. Chernzong was intentionally or unintentionally collecting information about him and keeping an eye on his whereabouts. It seemed like Chernzong had set him as a target to kill. Of course, that was not the case. Chernzong was doing all this to confuse the person watching him and make him think that he was working hard to complete the mission. The Heisha only needed to issue a mission. As long as the mission was completed within the time limit, there was no limit to the methods used. Time passed by slowly. There were only 4 days left until the mission was completed. On this day, Su Jing left the ancient Wind Mansion and prepared to make a trip to the Ash Cloud Mountain. The Ash Cloud Mountain was the largest mountain range in the ancient Wind Mansion. It stretched for millions of miles and led directly to the other two mansions. The reason Chern Zong chose to enter the Ash Cloud Mountain was because it was connected to the other two mansions. If he wanted to leave the Heisha Ancient Wind Branch, he naturally had to leave the Ancient Wind Mansion. Su Jing led a few people and set off. They were going to enter the Ash Cloud Mountain. Chern Zong followed them. Naturally, the person watching them in the dark also set off. He would not help Chern Zong complete the mission. His only role was to monitor Chern Zong's every move. If he made the slightest move that was detrimental to the Heisha, he would immediately kill him. Su Jing was a mid-level half-saint. With Chern Zong's strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill Su Jing. Su Jing was accompanied by a mid-level half-saint and two low-level half-saint. They were not a threat to Chern Zong. After all, Chern Zong had already gathered some information. Demonic beasts ran rampant in the Ash Cloud Mountain. Su Jing and the others' purpose in entering the Ash Cloud Mountain was naturally to hunt demonic beasts. "Why haven't you made a move yet?" The Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage Master, who was secretly monitoring Chern Zong, was confused. Now that he had truly entered Ash Cloud Mountain, he could completely kill Su Jing. However, the newcomer Yunjian had no intention of doing so, but his job was to keep watch, regardless of anything else. They went deeper, 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 and deeper. They were already 8,000 miles deep into the Green Cloud Mountain. The demonic beasts here were all very powerful. There were at least half-step saints here. They should be making their move soon, the Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator monitoring Chern Zong muttered. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Chern Zong did indeed take action. He was also heading in the direction of Su Jing and the others. However, Chern Zong did not attack Su Jing. Instead, he shot past Su Jing at an extremely fast speed, heading deeper into Ash Cloud Mountain. The Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was shocked at first, but soon a cruel smile appeared on his face. He actually dared to try and escape. He was simply courting death. His figure flashed, and he immediately soared into the sky at a shocking speed. The speed of a Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage expert was fully displayed at this moment. He was like a black streak of light, and as long as there were any obstacles in his way, he would pass through them in an instant, without even touching them. He was extremely agile. Fast. It was simply too fast. Everything Chern Zong had done earlier was to confuse the other party. Otherwise, if he revealed any intention of leaving the Black Fiend, he would have been killed instantly. Now that they had entered the Ash Cloud Mountain, all their efforts had paid off. It was time to leave now that they had confused the other party. The Ash Cloud Mountain was connected to the other two mansions. Chern Zong had deliberately waited until Su Jing and the others were deep enough before acting as if he was about to make his move. However, Chern Zong's speed was indeed fast, but the other party's speed was even faster. There was a huge gap between the speed of a high-level half-saint and a Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, the other party was not an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator. He was a Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator who specialized in speed. Therefore, in just a few breaths, Chern Zong felt a terrifying baleful aura pressing down on his body, causing his skin to feel slightly numb. It was as though a tiny electric current was rapidly spreading across his skin, causing his body to feel slightly numb. It was as though he was being pricked by an electrified needle. The strength of a Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was not something he could contend with right now. I have no choice but to use my trump card, Chern Zong thought to himself. He had 3 life-saving trump cards: the large cloud bomb, the flowing cloud flying sword, and the flying cloud treasure ring. One focused on a large area attack, one focused on a single target, and one focused on speed. Chern Zong's original plan was to use the flying cloud treasure ring's speed to escape. After all, the speed of a 6th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was very fast. However, now that he thought about it, the other party's speed was slightly faster than an ordinary 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Although the Flying Cloud treasure ring had the speed of a 6th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, it was still faster than the other party. It was enough for him to escape from the other party's pursuit. However, it was only temporary. After all, the Flying Cloud treasure ring's energy was not limitless. Once its energy was exhausted, his speed would drop to its original level. At that time, there was no guarantee that the other party would not follow his aura or the fluctuations of the Black Fiend Mark's aura. In that case, he could only use the Flowing Cloud flying sword to kill the other party. That way, he would not need to use the Flying Cloud treasure ring. He could rely on his own strength to enter Grey Cloud Mountain and leave the Ancient Wind Mansion to avoid the pursuit of the Black Fiend Ancient Wind branch. With that thought, Chern Zong made a decision without any hesitation. He paused and turned around to face the 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator who was chasing after him. This person's cultivation was at the 5th Heaven Saint Realm. However, Chern Zong had no idea how strong he was. He only had one Flowing Cloud flying sword. If he wanted to use it, he had to kill his opponent in one blow. It would be best if he could deceive his opponent before making his move. Why aren't you running anymore? The 5th Heaven Saint Realm expert closed in on Chern Zong without the slightest intention of stopping. Like a baleful storm, his voice was cold and filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent. This murderous intent was so terrifying that it could penetrate one's soul. Although the other party was asking questions, he had no intention of wasting his breath. He wanted to kill Chern Zong as soon as he made his move. It was as if talking was just a habit of his. Chern Zong's heart sank. This person's actions were beyond his expectations. In this kind of situation, the other party should be the one to stop and interrogate him. Since I can't escape, why should I? I'll just die anyway. Chern Zong said resolutely. A resolute aura emanated from his body. This was the eruption and counterattack of someone who had lost all hope in a hopeless situation. It was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, seeking only an instant of brilliance. When the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage sensed the aura from Chern Zong's body, his heart shuddered. Chern Zong's strength was weak, like an ant to him, and he could easily crush him with a single finger. However, he was surprised by Chern Zong's resolute will and determination before his death. If Chern Zong didn't die, he might be a hero of his generation. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to live. A mere half-step Saint Realm cultivator had no chance of escaping from a 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. After all, when Chern Zong entered the Black Demon organization, everything was taken away. After a thorough inspection, nothing was left behind. Of course, this was also because the blood-dripping sword seal and 3 secret treasures had been integrated into Chern Zong's body. This was a very clever move. Another reason was that when the inspector found out that Chern Zong was brought from outside the Tian Yuan sacred region to be sold, he subconsciously looked down on him. It was inevitable. As a result, the inspection wasn't as detailed and thorough. It could only be said that Chern Zong was very lucky. If the inspector was more careful and thorough, the items in his body might have been found. It was unknown if he could keep them. Based on this, the 5th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was certain that Chern Zong would die. Without any trump cards or reliance, Chern Zong was like an ant with just his strength as a high-level half-step saint. Die! As soon as his words fell, the 5th Heaven Saint Realm powerhouse pointed his finger towards Yang Kai. A jet-black energy condensed from his finger and shot towards Yang Kai, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it shot towards Yang Kai. It was too fast. It was so fast that Chern Zong couldn't react in time. In just an instant, the terrifying finger ray shot out. Chern Zong had no choice but to fight to the death. Chern Zong pointed out with his finger. In an instant, a wisp of incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the sky and shot out. It was the flowing cloud flying sword. The flowing cloud flying sword's strength was at the sixth heaven saint realm. Naturally, its speed was also at the sixth heaven saint realm. This attack was beyond his opponent's expectations. It was too fast. How is this possible? The fifth heaven saint realm cultivator was shocked. The sword ray that shot out from the high-level half-step saint realm cultivator's finger was even faster than his own. A few dozen meters was a short distance. A sixth heaven saint realm cultivator's speed was shocking. The black finger ray was directly destroyed. It shot out like a hot knife through butter. In his eyes, the cloud-white sword ray shot out and filled the entire world. As he was about to die, his potential erupted. It was as if he had turned the impossible into possible. He quickly dodged to the side. However, the speed that he was usually proud of seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. There seemed to be a faint buzzing sound in his ears. It was as if it was the last sound he would hear in the world. The cloud-white sword ray instantly pierced through the side of his heart, avoiding the vital point of his heart. However, the sword ray wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was as if the flowing cloud Tao Master had calculated it or had prepared for it. When the sword ray entered his body, it didn't penetrate his body. Instead, it paused for a moment before exploding. Countless cloud-white sword chi burst out with shocking power. All of them were at the sixth heaven saint realm. It tore, strangled, and destroyed. Before the fifth heaven saint realm cultivator could rejoice at the fact that his vital point had been avoided, he felt a tearing pain spread throughout his body. Blood spurted out as he trembled. His entire body was covered in blood in an instant. Chernzong finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the fifth heaven saint realm cultivator fall to the ground. However, he didn't let his guard down completely. He slashed out with his sword. Sword chi pierced through the air and struck the fifth heaven saint realm cultivator's body again. It split the fifth heaven saint realm cultivator's body like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1307. The ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch was located deep underground. It was very secretive and had countless secret rooms. In one of the secret chambers, there were many dim blue lights burning like the wisps in this secret chamber. There was no warmth at all. Suddenly, one of the blue lights flickered wildly as if it was hit by a strong wind. Like a candle in the wind, it was extinguished in the next second. The person guarding the secret room was shocked at first. Then, he quickly approached and looked at the symbol below the light. He immediately sent out a message. What? A gold fiend is dead? Who is it? It's Gold Fiend Li Guang. Li Guang. He was killed. At that moment, the higher-ups in the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch were all shocked. I remember that Li Guang was sent out to monitor a newcomer who was carrying out the baptism mission. Investigate. The black-robed person sitting in the leader's seat said in a deep and cold voice. It was as if a gust of wind had swept up from the ground. The Black Fiend's efficiency was extremely high. Not long after, everything was investigated. Li Guang's death is related to that newcomer. Go after that newcomer immediately. The black-robed person in the leader immediately made the most accurate judgment. There was no need for him to do anything. He just needed to give the order, and someone would carry it out. Soon, all the information about Chernzong was presented. Of course, the information about Chernzong was very simple. He came from the outer region. As for where he came from, it was not stated and no one cared. Chernzong was a newcomer who had just left the Evil Reign's secret realm. It was very simple for him to carry out the baptism mission that the Black Fiend had to carry out. As for the baptism mission, it was very simple. The mission was to kill a green-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion and cut off his head to leave behind a codename. One had to admit that the Black Fiend's ability was very terrifying. Soon, all of Chern Zong's actions were investigated, including his whereabouts when he entered the Green Cloud Mountain. Although they did not find Gold Fiend Li Guang, they found Chern Zong's whereabouts. However, Chern Zong had been away for quite some time. No matter how efficient the Black Fiend was, Chern Zong had already escaped deep into the Green Cloud Mountain. In addition, Chern Zong had purposely erased his tracks, which made it harder for the Black Fiend to track him. It was impossible for them to catch up to Chern Zong in a short period of time. This newcomer is very capable. He is indeed very. Writes of the Black Fiend. Since he didn't complete the baptism mission, we'll help him complete it. Also, issue the Black Fiend's arrest warrant. Everyone wants Yun Jian. Soon, the entire Ancient Wind Black Fiend branch knew about the wanted order. Of course, the news didn't spread to the other branches. After all, it wouldn't be a good thing if it did. Li Guang Fiend. Calm. If the other branches knew that their Ancient Wind branch had caused such a commotion, these higher-ups would definitely become a laughing stock. He was just a newbie, but he had caused the death of Gold Thug. It was no small matter. However, Heisha's actions also allowed Chern Zong to escape better. In the depths of Ash Cloud Mountain, Chern Zong stopped advancing. It wasn't that he didn't want to move forward, but that he couldn't. Tianyuan's Sacred Region's classification of monster beasts followed the ancient times. Low-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. Mid-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Transcendent stage. On the other hand, high-rank monster beasts were equivalent to cultivators in the Saint Rudiment stage. As for super-rank monster beasts, they were equivalent to cultivators in the Great Saint stage. And the 50,000 miles that Chern Zong had arrived at was already the territory of high-level demonic beasts. High-rank monster beasts had the strength of a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even though Chern Zong had a large fuel air bomb with him, the power of a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was enough to kill a large number of low-rank monster beasts. It did not matter. There were many high-rank monster beasts in Green Cloud Mountain. He would avoid them if he could. High-rank monster beasts basically had their own territories. The size of their territories was closely related to the monster beast's strength. The higher the monster beast's strength, the more intelligent it would be. Generally speaking, as long as one did not enter the monster beast's territory, one would not provoke the monster beast. Of course, there might be some special cases. For example, a monster beast happened to run out of the territory. If one was unlucky, they would naturally be killed. Chern Zong was now sure that he had entered the territory of a high-rank monster beast. However, he should be at the edge of the territory. He had not really disturbed the monster beast. What he needed to do now was to quietly retreat and take a detour. In such a place, it was very dangerous for him. It was also not safe for the Ancient Wind Black Fiend branch. Even a peak Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not dare to run rampant in the territory of high-rank monster beasts. If they provoked a powerful high-rank monster beast, they would lose half their life even if they did not die. This was also one of the reasons why Chern Zong had some confidence in leaving the Ancient Wind Black Fiend branch after a detailed investigation. As for now, whether to go to the Golden Dragon Hall or the Purple Mountain Hall was a problem. After all, Chern Zong did not know much about the Golden Dragon Hall or the Purple Mountain Hall. However, after thinking about it, the difference should not be too big. As such, Yang Kai decided to leave this dangerous place first. He would see which way was closer and which way was easier to go. Chern Zong did not have a deep understanding of the Black Fiend branch. However, after the initial contact, he was certain that the Black Fiend branch was ruthless and cruel. After learning that he wanted to leave, they would definitely not let him go. Not to mention, because of this, they had lost a gold demon powerhouse. Therefore, it was not strange that the Ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch wanted to hunt him down. It was just that they had not caught up to him yet. Chern Zong had guessed part of it. The ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch had indeed issued a wanted order to hunt him down. However, there was another thing that Chern Zong did not expect. Or rather, Chern Zong did not know enough about the Black Fiend branch's method. He did not know how ruthless they were. An azure-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion was assassinated on the street. Moreover, his head was brutally cut off. The name or title of the assassin was left on the spot. As soon as this news spread, it immediately spread like a storm. It alerted the people of the ancient Wind Mansion, as well as several other great forces. It's the Black Fiend's people. This method should be the Black Fiend's new disciple baptism. This Black Fiend is too arrogant. They actually dared to kill an azure-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. The great forces all knew about the Black Fiend's new disciple baptism. After all, it was not a secret. However, in the past, the baptism would not be so intense. At most, they would choose a blue-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. A blue-robed disciple and an azure-robed disciple were two different concepts. Moreover, in the past, they would not choose to kill an ancient Wind Mansion disciple. They would either cut off the head and take it away or leave behind a code name. It was rare for them to do both. This time, it was truly incomparably shocking. The ancient Wind Mansion was naturally furious. Perhaps an azure-robed disciple was important, but it was not a great loss. However, to have his head cut off and leave behind a code name after being assassinated on the street, this was a provocation to the ancient Wind Mansion. Kill. Immediately, the ancient Wind Mansion issued a wanted order. Many disciples of the ancient Wind Mansion began to move. They began to chase after that so-called Yun Jian. However, they did not know that Chern Zong, whose code name was Yun Jian, had already entered the Green Cloud Mountain. Chern Zong went another few thousand li deeper. This distance was extremely difficult. He tried his best to restrain his aura to avoid disturbing any high-tier demonic beast. An invisible pressure seemed to press down on him from all directions. Chern Zong felt like he was suffocating. However, with his strong will, Chern Zong managed to hold on. Survive. His goal in entering the Tian Yuan sacred region was not to die here and become the excrement of demonic beasts. Instead, it was to pursue a higher cultivation path. Perhaps his luck had changed. Or perhaps there was a silver lining. Chern Zong really passed through the Green Cloud Mountain safely and entered the Purple Mountain Mansion's territory. Although there were a few times where he was almost killed by high-tier demonic beasts, he managed to avoid them and survive. Thinking back, Chern Zong still felt cold sweat on his forehead. Being tricked into entering the Tian Yuan sacred region by Ming Daozi and being sold to the dark forces was simply unlucky. Fortunately, he managed to escape successfully. However, Chern Zong's heart sank when he thought about the other people who were tricked from the true martial upper territory. They probably would not be able to escape. They would either die in the Evil Rain's secret region or be given a baptism mission after leaving the Evil Rain's secret region. After Chern Zong's experience, the Black Demon organization would definitely be more cautious about the baptism mission. Forget it. They were tricked and sold by Ming Daozi because they wanted to enter the Tian Yuan sacred region. As for their fate, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was not related to them. They were not even friends. There is a Black Demon organization in the ancient Wind Mansion's territory. There is also a Black Demon organization in the Purple Mountain Mansion. Chern Zong thought as he walked out of the forest. I wonder if they can sense the Black Demon mark on the back of my hand? The Black Demon mark was a big problem. He had to find a way to get rid of it. Of course, Chern Zong did not believe that the expert in the Black Demon organization could not get rid of it. There was always something that countered it. The only reason it could not be removed was because there was no way to remove it. At present, Chern Zong did not know how to get rid of it. Should he find an expert? Immediately, Chen Zong rejected this idea. The Black Demon organization was a dark force. If he went to find an expert to remove it, it would be like walking into a trap. What if they did not listen to his explanation and directly killed him? In the end, he still had to rely on himself. He would take it one step at a time. He wrapped his left hand with a strip of cloth to block the black demon mark. Whether he could sense it or not was one thing. First of all, he could not see it. Since it was his first time here, he might as well assimilate into this place and begin his new path of cultivation. The bottleneck of the 8th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique has been loosened. I should be able to master it in the next few months. Chen Zong thought as he walked forward. With his current accumulation, he could definitely break through to the half-saint realm and greatly increase his strength. His solid foundation would also allow him to surpass many people. However, Chen Zong did not think it was enough. He had not reached the limit of what he could show. Chapter 1308. The Tianyuan sacred region had 9 realms, the Xianyuan realm had 5 regions, and the Xianyuan realm had 32 prefectures. Each prefecture was extremely vast and astonishing, and there were many forces entrenched and competing with each other. Within the Zishan prefecture, there was the largest Zishan city, which was under the direct control of the Zishan prefecture master. It was the territory of the Zishan prefecture, and there were many other cities. In the Zishan city, Chen Zong stayed in a restaurant with a serious expression. As the 9 spiritual wheels in his body revolved, powerful and majestic pure super-spiritual energy kept surging to the back of his left hand. Chen Zong was trying to see if he could remove the black evil mark with his own power. Although the people of the black evil branch said that the black evil mark could not be removed, he had to try it first. He tried several times in a row, either mobilizing super-spiritual energy, super dragon power, or purple cloud black star flame, but all failed. The black evil mark was like a maggot in the bone, and could not be shaken at all. In that case, I'll wrap it with my own power to prevent its aura from leaking out, Chen Zong said secretly. As he revolved his super-spiritual energy, it did not attack the black evil mark this time, but circled around the black evil mark, forming a total of 9 circles, and firmly wrapping the black evil mark to ensure that its aura could not leak out. In this way, it should not be easily detected. Chen Zong was not very sure if he could completely isolate it from perception. The means of the black evil organization were probably beyond his imagination. But no matter what, at least he did not need to wrap his left hand with a cloth. He could not feel the strange aura on the back of his hand. However, Chen Zong had a bitter smile on his face. After wrapping the black evil mark 9 times, his super-spiritual energy would be constantly consumed, and he had to constantly revolve it to replenish it. In this way, part of his super-spiritual energy would be restrained. Although the consumption was not fast, and his recovery speed could keep up, because part of his super-spiritual energy was restrained, his super-spiritual energy could not burst out as much as it wanted. After trying it out, he could only exert the strength of an advanced semi-saint, but now he could only exert the strength of an intermediate semi-saint. Middle-level half-saint. Chen Zong smiled bitterly. His strength had dropped by 1 level. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only do this for the time being for his own safety. However, he would have no choice but to erupt with his full strength if he encountered danger that exceeded the limits of a mid-level half-saint. At that time, even the black evil mark wouldn't be able to conceal it. After temporarily concealing the black evil mark, Chen Zong walked out of the restaurant and began to collect all kinds of information. The information he gathered from the ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch was limited. Chen Zong didn't know that while he was collecting information, several people had appeared from the Void Gate of the Void Palace in the Zishan city of the Zishan prefecture. They were all wearing plain robes, and their expressions were stern. They seemed to be high and mighty, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful auras. Saint Realm. These people were all Saint Realm masters. According to our analysis, if the Black Fiend Cloud Word did not die in the Ash Cloud Mountain, there is a 70% chance that it has entered the Violet Mountain Prefecture. The four of us will act separately. We must find it. One of them said, "All right. As long as he is really in the Violet Mountain Prefecture, I will find him." He dared to kill our ancient Wind Mansion's disciple. Dying 100 times won't be enough. These four Saint Realm Masters were the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciples. They were also the ones who were sent to the Violet Mountain Prefecture to pursue the Black Fiend Cloud Word. Of course, they weren't completely certain that the Black Fiend Cloud Word would come to the Violet Mountain Prefecture. However, after passing through the Ash Cloud Mountain, it would either go to the Golden Dragon Prefecture or the Violet Mountain Prefecture. According to the analysis of the ancient Wind Mansion's masters, the probability of the Black Fiend Cloud Word entering the Violet Mountain Prefecture was higher. Of course, the ancient Wind Mansion sent people to the Violet Mountain Prefecture and Golden Dragon Prefecture. As for why they didn't wear purple robes but changed their clothes, it was because this was the Violet Mountain Prefecture. There was competition between the branches of the Black Fiend organization. Naturally, there was also competition between the 32 mansions. If the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciples entered the Violet Mountain Prefecture, it would easily attract the attention of the Violet Mountain Prefecture. Although there wouldn't be any danger, it was inevitable that some unexpected situations would occur. Therefore, they had to keep a low profile, collecting information and analyzing it. In the Tianyuan sacred region, if he wanted to further his cultivation, there were only two paths he could take. The first was to join a certain force and become a member. This was the same as usual. For example, the Blue Waves World's Extreme Yuan Heavenly Sect or the Lingwu Sacred World's Blue Cloud Sect and White Cloud Mountain. Chern Zong was very familiar with this path. The second was to become a loose cultivator. If he joined a force, he would receive better training. This was something Chern Zong was very familiar with. Moreover, with his talent, he would definitely be valued. However, if he became a loose cultivator, he would have more freedom. After thinking about it, Chern Zong didn't immediately make a decision. After all, his understanding of the Tianyuan sacred region was still not deep enough. Since that was the case, he would temporarily become a loose cultivator. Since he was used to being a disciple of a sect, perhaps he could experience the feeling of a loose cultivator. There was no special reason. It was simply a thought that came from the bottom of his heart. Since that was the case, Chern Zong decided to follow his heart and become a loose cultivator first. As for the future, he would see the situation. If there was a force that was really good, he would join if he wanted to. As his comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra deepened, Chern Zong grasped a trace of the essence, which was to follow one's heart. As long as there was a thought in one's heart, one could act on it. Of course, even if Chern Zong became a loose cultivator, he would not be an ordinary loose cultivator. Most loose cultivators lacked inheritances and resources, but Chern Zong didn't lack inheritances. He had the Saint-grade high-grade Taiyuan cloud scraping technique. He had the Saint-grade high-grade Taiyuan cloud scraping finger and several Saint-grade low-grade sword techniques and movement technique. He also didn't lack secret technique. As for cultivation resources, Chern Zong obtained some from the storage ring of the 5th-level Saint Rudiment Stage Gold Thug from the Black Demon Organization. There were Human Restoration Pills, Earth Restoration Pills, and Heaven Restoration Pills. The Heaven, Earth, and Human Restoration Pills were the currency circulated among cultivators in Tianyuan Sacred Region. Everyone needed them. The 3 types of restoration pills were actually not real pills. They were refined from the pure and majestic world Yuan Qi of Tianyuan Sacred Region and liquefied it into pure Yuan liquid, which was then further purified and condensed. It could be said that an restoration pill was the transformation of world yuan qi from a gaseous state to a liquid state and finally to a solid state. A human restoration pill was equivalent to 1 kilogram of yuan liquid, an earth restoration pill was equivalent to 100 kilograms of yuan liquid, and a heaven restoration pill was more than 10,000 kilograms of yuan liquid. It was amazing. When he was at the transcendent stage, Chernzong had also absorbed 25 kilograms of yuan liquid in the fierce ancient battlefield. His cultivation had greatly improved, but that yuan liquid could not be compared to the yuan liquid in Tian Yuan sacred region. The same amount of yuan liquid contained at least 10 times more energy. Human restoration pills were often the currency circulated between powerful half-step saints and ordinary early saint rudiment stage cultivators. As for ordinary transcendents, they did not have so much wealth and still used yuan stones. As for intermediate saint rudiment stage cultivators, they generally used earth restoration pills, while late saint rudiment stage cultivators mainly used heaven restoration pills. While the 3 types of restoration pills circulated as currency, they were also a kind of cultivation resource. Half-step saints could absorb the power of human restoration pills, but they could not absorb earth restoration pills and heaven restoration pills because their bodies could not bear it. In the storage ring of the ancient wind Black Fiend Branch's 5th layer Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, there were more than 2,000 human restoration pills, and more than 300 earth restoration pills. As for heaven restoration pills, there were very few of them, only 2. However, the ratio between the 3 types of restoration pills was 100 to 1. In the short term, Chernzong did not lack cultivation resources. After collecting and analyzing the information, Chernzong gained a better understanding of the mysterious Nether territory. The 32 mansions' territories varied in size, strength, and weakness. The strongest was Yunzhong Mansion, and the weakest was not clear. There were probably 2 or 3. Of course, the most powerful force in the entire mysterious Nether territory was the mysterious Nether Palace. That was the strongest force in the mysterious Nether territory. The Palace Master of the mysterious Nether Palace was also the Territory Master of the mysterious Nether territory. Every Mansion Master was at least a peak Saint Rudiment stage martial artist, and some were even king-ranked martial artists. Their abilities were even more terrifying. It was rumored that the Territory Master of the mysterious Nether territory was a quasi-great saint martial artist. However, these were not what Chernzong really cared about. Although the Mansion Masters and the Territory Masters were powerful, so what? It did not have much to do with him. Chernzong really cared about the information that was beneficial to him. Moving out immediately, Chernzong prepared to head to the territory directly controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace. That was the center of the mysterious Nether territory. The mysterious Nether territory was a general term that encompassed a huge territory. Among them was the center of the mysterious Nether territory and the 32 mansions. The center was directly controlled by the mysterious Nether Palace, while the 32 mansions were controlled by various other mansions. However, in terms of level, the 32 mansions were lower than the mysterious Nether Palace and were subordinate to the mysterious Nether Palace. Going to the center of the mysterious Nether territory, Chernzong naturally did not mean to join the mysterious Nether Palace. Instead, he wanted to train himself better. In fact, many geniuses who went out to train would first head to the center of the mysterious Nether territory. That place had become the place where geniuses gathered. Based on his wealth, it was not enough to pay for the Void Hall's void door. He could only rely on his own 2 feet. However, Chernzong's luck was very bad. Half a day after leaving Ziming City, a figure flew past him. In front of him appeared a youth in a plain long robe. That youth's eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at Chernzong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chernzong. This person stared at Chernzong. It was as if he had already recognized Chernzong. His tone was 70 to 80% certain. Black Fiend Cloud Sword, you are really good at running. It took me a while to find you. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but he was very surprised. Who was this person? He could actually recognize Chen Zong. Countless thoughts ran through Chen Zong's mind in that instant as he analyzed the cause and effect. First, he determined that this person was from the Ancient Wind Black Fiend's branch. You killed my Ancient Wind Mansion's green-robed disciple, cut off his head, and even left behind a code name. You are really bold, the other party spoke again. His expression was even colder. However, Chen Zong knew the other party's identity. Besides being surprised, Chen Zong's heart sank. With his sharp mind, Chen Zong immediately connected the cause and effect. Chapter 1309. Purple Radiant City could only be considered a small city in the Purple Mountain Mansion. 600 miles south of Purple Radiant City, there was a huge boulder. A black figure was hiding behind one of the boulders, and it was like a shadow attached to the boulder. Why can't I feel the Black Fiend's mark? The shadow that seemed to be attached to the boulder was surprised. He was one of the Black Fiend members that chased after Chen Zong from the Ancient Wind Mansion's Black Fiend branch. He was able to chase after Chen Zong because of his strength and luck. In the Ancient Wind Black Fiend branch, he was a Bronze Fiend. As long as he completed one more mission, he would be promoted to a Silver Fiend. There was a huge difference between a Bronze Fiend and a Silver Fiend. He probably used some kind of method to hide it temporarily. However, now was not the time to make a move because there was a purple-robed disciple from the Ancient Wind Mansion. His strength was not to be underestimated. You should surrender and follow me back to the Ancient Wind Mansion to await your punishment. The Ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. His calm tone seemed to be telling the truth. Shortly after, his eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. A strand of killing intent shot out from the depths of his eyes. His tone also became sinister. Let me break your limbs, break your spine, and drag you back like a dead dog. They were sent to chase after Chen Zong, and their mission was not to kill Chen Zong on the spot, but to capture him. As for whether they wanted to capture him in one piece or beat him half to death, it didn't matter as long as he was alive. As for why they wanted to capture him alive, it was because they wanted to have a public trial to show the other forces the consequences of provoking the Ancient Wind Mansion. Would Chen Zong surrender obediently and follow the purple-robed disciple back to the Ancient Wind Mansion? No. Would Chen Zong allow the purple-robed disciple to break his limbs? Also no. In that case, they could only fight. The heavy dragon sword was instantly unsheathed, and a pitch-black sword ray shot out like a crescent moon. The shocking sword pressure instantly tore the ground apart. The Ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple sneered. A mere half-saint had dared to attack him. How audacious! The gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm was like heaven and earth. No matter how talented a half-saint was, he could not compete with the most ordinary saint realm. This was the truth of the world. Since that's the case, I'll break your arrogance and take away half of your life before dragging you back. A cruel smile appeared on the face of the purple-robed disciple from the Ancient Wind Mansion. In the face of Chen Zong's crescent moon-like pitch-black sword light, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging. With a wave of his sleeve, there seemed to be a rumbling sound surging out. An invisible power like a turbulent sea surged from all directions into his sleeve. Immediately after, a palm shot out from within. A glowing palm print instantly struck out, causing the void to tremble as if it was about to shatter. As soon as they came into contact, the pitch-black sword radiance was destroyed as easily as breaking rotten wood. The palm rapidly enlarged in front of Chen Zong's eyes, as if it covered half of the sky and filled the whole world. A touch of darkness then descended. The terrifying pressure directly bombarded Chen Zong's body. He only felt an oppressive force coming from all directions, as if it was the power of heaven and earth. What a powerful martial art! Chen Zong was secretly shocked. Spirit-level martial arts use the yuan qi of the world and a portion of the power of heaven and earth. When used, it was usually very powerful. However, when it reached the saint level, it would undergo a transformation and absorb the power of heaven and earth, causing its power to increase greatly. The Tianyuan sacred region was different from the outer regions. It was higher than the outer regions, so when a saint-level martial art was used here, it was even more shocking. Although Chen Zong had also undergone the Tianyuan baptism, he was not from the Tianyuan sacred region and had not fully adapted to it. The Tianyuan baptism had indeed caused some changes in Chen Zong's hair, but it was only the beginning. He would not be rejected by the rules of the Tianyuan sacred region. If he wanted to fully adapt and be able to use his full strength here, he would need some time to be able to be like the cultivators who were born and raised in the Tianyuan sacred region. That palm continued to expand and the 5 fingers bent. It was as if the hand of the heavens was grabbing. The lines on every finger were incomparably clear. Every line released a shocking aura fluctuation. It was as if dragons and snakes were dancing and roaring in the 9 heavens. There was also a storm raging in the center of the palm. It swept out crazily and destroyed everything. This palm alone made Chen Zong feel desperate, as if there was no way to avoid or resist it. Even if he broke out the strength of a high-level half-saint, he would not be able to resist it. Chen Zong looked dignified and did not panic. Since he could not defeat his opponent with his own strength, he had to use his trump card. A blood-red light suddenly burst out from the back of his right hand, and the light emitted a shocking aura fluctuation. In the next moment, a wisp of blood-red light shot out like a sharp sword out of its sheath, tearing the sky apart and rolling up shocking waves. Its speed was as fast as flowing light, and it was indescribably shocking. Blood-dripping sword technique, blood-splashing sword. Chen Zong had only used this move once in the Enfire ancient tomb in the sky pillar upper region, and it was very powerful. This was the second time he had used it. In an instant, Chen Zong had a deeper understanding of this move. The blood-red sword light was extremely sharp, and it contained a shocking aura. It seemed to tear the sky apart and the sword pierced through. In an instant, the sharp blood-red sword light collided with the palm, and a shocking power burst out, directly destroying the storm in the palm. However, the palm was also very powerful. It pressed down like a mountain, and it crushed the sword light. Boom! The blood-red sword light shattered, and the palm fell. It seemed to crack the ground, causing it to tremble. Dust flew into the air, and cracks spread out like a spider web. At the same time, many lifelike figures flew into the distance. You want to escape from under my nose? The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was enraged. As he waved his sleeves, his body seemed to be pushed by a storm, and he flew forward at a shocking speed. Like a gust of wind, he caused whistling sounds in the surroundings. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was too fast. It was not something Chen Zong could compare to. Suddenly, blood-red light spread out like an ocean. It was as if a sea of blood had appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. It was as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of blood. Then, the sea of blood pressed down from the sky, causing the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression to change drastically. In front of this terrifying aura, he actually felt small and insignificant for no reason. Good. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was extremely excited. Originally, he only wanted to complete the mission. Firstly, he wanted to protect the ancient Wind Mansion's reputation, and secondly, he wanted to obtain a reward. He did not expect Chen Zong to have such a secret. The technique he had used just now was extraordinary. It was enough to allow the opponent to barely contend with him at the level of a half-step saint. The power of this move was especially astonishing. It even surprised him. If he succeeded and used his own strength to activate it, perhaps it would be even more powerful. Neither Chernzong nor the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple knew that a figure had been silently following behind them. It was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. However, as soon as there was an opportunity, it would immediately strike and kill them. No matter if it was killing Chernzong, the traitor of the Black Fiend, or killing the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple, it would be a great contribution. Not only would it allow him to become a silver fiend, but he would also obtain many benefits. People acted for their own interest. This was the law. Especially people from the dark forces like them, who prioritized their own interest. The sea of blood condensed in the sky, and it surged violently. It whistled and covered the entire sky, as if it was going to spread out endlessly. An extremely terrifying energy surged within, drowning everything, devouring everything, and shattering everything. An extremely terrifying aura pressed down from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Endless sea of blood. There were a total of 3 moves in the blood-dripping sword technique sealed within the blood-dripping sword seal. The first move was blood-spurting sword, which focused on speed and astonishing speed. The second move was blood-bursting sword, which focused on strength and could instantly erupt with astonishing power. The third move was also the last and most powerful move. It perfectly combined the first and second moves, giving rise to even more profound changes and mysteries. It turned into an endless sea of blood that suppressed the void, which was why it was called Endless Sea of Blood. Even though the blood-dripping sword seal had landed on Chernzong's body, he still felt like he had to expend a lot of energy to use this move. More than half of his super-spiritual energy had been directly sucked away. In other words, Chernzong could only use this move twice in a row. However, this move that sucked away more than half of his super-spiritual energy was indeed extremely powerful. Under the pressure of the terrifying aura, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's speed suddenly decreased. His face became slightly stern, and he knew that he had to take this seriously. The Black Fiend and Copper Fiend, who were secretly following from afar, were also secretly shocked. This traitor actually had such a move. It seemed like the Black Fiend had missed something during his inspection. However, it didn't matter. In the end, everything would belong to him. He would be the final winner. Right now, he would let the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple and the traitor fight to the death. It would be best if both of them were injured. At that time, he would be able to eliminate both of them and become the final winner. When he thought of this, Copper Fiend couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, he didn't lose his rationality and continued to secretly pursue. Great Gale Palm. Great Gale, rising clouds. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's body came to a stop. He suddenly waved his wide sleeves, creating a violent storm that wreaked havoc. The strength of a First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert was completely unleashed. As a purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion, his strength naturally couldn't be compared to an ordinary First Heaven Saint Rudiment stage expert. When he unleashed his full strength, the power of his attack was even more shocking. The storm wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. It was as if it had transformed into a stormy mountain, a stormy sea, and a stormy sea. It collided with the roaring sea of blood that was descending from the sky. In an instant, it was as if 2 seas and 2 mountains were crashing into each other. Terrifying energy rippled out in all directions. Explosions rang out continuously, shattering everything in their path. The terrifying energy wreaked havoc in a radius of several thousand meters. Everything within this radius would be destroyed. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated and pushed his movement skill to the limit. Chapter 13:10. Where's the monthly ticket? Where's the reward? The bloody light and storm wreaked havoc in all directions. Everything within a radius of several thousand meters was affected. Rocks were torn apart and destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded Chernzong's back, destroying all the defensive energy he had gathered. It was as if his back had been shattered. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. Chernzong forced himself to swallow the mouthful of blood. Even though it would worsen his injuries if he spat out this mouthful of blood, his aura would be greatly reduced, which would affect his ability to escape. Despite the searing pain on his back, Chernzong still stubbornly relied on this powerful force to propel himself forward, causing his speed to increase by several times. His entire body was like a fiery meteor as he streaked across the sky, heading towards the mountain forest. Helpless, he could only enter Green Cloud Mountain again. His opponent was too strong. There was no way he could fight back. He could only rely on the terrain of Green Cloud Mountain to get rid of his opponent. As he flew forward, Chernzong took out some pills and swallowed them. These pills naturally came from the Fifth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse from the Black Fiend branch. There were pills to heal injuries and pills to restore strength. The power of the elixir quickly spread throughout Chernzong's body. The power of the healing elixir flowed towards Chernzong's back. His burning back felt a trace of coolness as it was gradually healed. At the same time, the power recovery elixir turned into pure energy and poured into Chernzong's spirit wheels, replenishing the super-spiritual energy he had consumed. The collision between the endless blood sea and the tempest palm was extremely intense. It lasted for several dozen breaths before it calmed down. The ancient wind mansion's purple-robed disciple turned into a gust of wind and charged through the chaotic energy. It was as if he had broken through the clouds as he madly chased after Chernzong. Chernzong's speed was very fast, but the collision just now had given Chernzong a chance to escape. However, the distance between them was shrinking. One more time. Endless blood sea. Chernzong activated the blood-dripping sword seal for the third time. At this time, he no longer cared about the energy consumption of the blood-dripping sword seal. In the end, this trump card was to allow him to survive in the face of adversity. It would be a waste to use it during normal times, but it would be foolish not to use it during crucial moments. The waves of the blood sea surged violently in the sky, once again covering all directions. It was as if it had filled the entire world. An extremely shocking and terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The blood light extended endlessly, as if it wanted to swallow all life and drown everything. The violet-robed disciple's expression changed drastically. He had originally thought that his opponent would only be able to use an attack of that level once in a short period of time. He had never expected him to be able to use it a second time in such a short period of time. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the void, boundless and unending. Heaven and earth trembled. That extremely terrifying pressure came crashing down, as if wanting to shatter his body. This attack seemed to be even more shocking than before. The ancient wind mansion's purple-robed disciple's expression turned grave. He could only stop and gather his strength to attack again, using the great wind palm. Seizing the opportunity, Chernzong continued to flee. Run, run, run. If he didn't escape, he might be killed. At this moment, he was already in a desperate situation. He had no other thoughts. He could only run. However, there was still an uneasy feeling lingering in his heart. This uneasiness came from the purple-robed disciples of the ancient wind manor? No, it wasn't. It came from something else. However, Chernzong had no idea where it came from. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Chernzong increased his speed to escape. The boundless sea of blood exploded as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Once again, it bought Chernzong a chance to escape. However, Chernzong also knew that this was only temporary. His opponent would catch up to him sooner or later. Moreover, his opponent was a Saint Realm powerhouse who could fly. He could only enter Green Cloud Mountain and rely on its terrain to escape. Right now, he wasn't far from Green Cloud Mountain. As a huge mountain range that spanned across several mansions, Green Cloud Mountain was very prominent and clear. Purple Radiant City was also very close to Green Cloud Mountain. This was also the reason why Chun Zong directly entered Purple Radiant City to rest after leaving Green Cloud Mountain. The power of the elixir continued to dissipate. Chun Zong ran away while operating the Great Abyssal Cloud Shattering technique with all his might. The 9 spirit wheels operated beyond their limit. They were like 9 incomparably huge millstones that crushed and absorbed everything. Pressure, burden, desperation. Everything was exploding, transforming into an invisible force that crazily attacked. The originally loosened bottleneck was also broken at this moment. The circulation route of the Taiyuan Cloud Shattering technique suddenly changed, becoming even more complicated. Waves of rumbling sounds came from Chun Zong's body, like the rumbling of winter thunder and the rolling of lightning. The 9 spiritual wheels paused for a moment, then became even more tyrannical, as if they had been strengthened. Their revolving speed became even faster, and a new and even more powerful super-spiritual energy surged out from the 9 spiritual wheels, surging endlessly. It was very strong. At this moment, his super-spiritual energy had become purer and more powerful. This was the change brought about by the 8th stage of the Great Abyss Shattering Cloud Art. A trace of joy emerged. With a breakthrough in his secret art, his super-spiritual energy had become purer and his strength had increased. His originally fast speed had also increased. At this time, the faster he was, the more advantageous it would be for him. With a breakthrough in his secret art, the speed of refining pills had also increased greatly. The recovery of his super-spiritual energy had also become faster. Immediately, Chun Zong used his 3rd move, the Endless Sea of Blood. With this move, the Endless Sea of Blood surged and its range expanded. The aura it emitted was even more astonishing. What's going on? The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple was extremely shocked. How could a mere half-saint be able to exceed his expectations time and time again? He had no choice but to stop and use his full strength to deal with it. Reaching the 3rd move, the Endless Sea of Blood, consumed even more energy, which also gave Chun Zong more time to escape. However, the uneasiness lingering in his heart still remained. While Chun Zong was extremely vigilant, he also used all his speed to escape into the forest, directly flying towards the depths of the Ash Cloud Mountain. Faster, faster, faster. This was a life-threatening situation. Consuming pills, refining pills, absorbing pills to recover energy, he used the Endless Sea of Blood again. Activating the Blood Dripper Sword Seal again and again consumed its energy. At the same time, Chun Zong had a deeper understanding of the Blood Dripper Sword technique. However, this understanding was branded in his soul and he did not have the time to study it properly. After a period of time, Chun Zong used the Endless Sea of Blood again. After a few times, even Bronze Demon from the ancient Wind Black Fiend branch was shocked. An indescribable greed welled up in his heart. An impulse urged him to go up and kill Chun Zong and take everything away. However, he remained calm. As a cultivator who walked in the dark, calmness was a must. Damn it! The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's face was extremely ugly. After taking the Endless Sea of Blood head on so many times, he had consumed a lot of his energy. He also consumed pills to recover his energy, but his recovery speed was not as fast. After all, he was recovering his saint energy. However, his opponent had already escaped into the Ash Cloud Mountain. As he went deeper and deeper, it increased the difficulty of his pursuit. The deeper he went into the Ash Cloud Mountain, the harder it was to pursue him. There was a possibility that his opponent would escape. As Chun Zong ran at high speed, he paid attention to his surroundings. Gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. That way. Chun Zong immediately changed his direction. There was a high-ranked demonic beast in that direction. Chernzong did not know how strong it was, but even the weakest high-ranked demonic beast had the strength of a First Heaven Saint rudiment stage demonic beast. If one wanted to live, they had to die first before they could live. Chernzong wantonly released his aura, creating a commotion that disturbed the high-ranked demonic beast in this territory. Roar! An extremely shocking roar suddenly rang out. It was as if the king of the mountain had been awakened. It was filled with anger, but it also contained a shocking warning. It was a warning to intruders. To demonic beasts, trespassing into their territory was trespassing. This roar was a warning. If they did not leave, they would be killed. Chernzong's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew this was a warning from the demonic beast. However, his goal was to fight to live. He continued to charge deeper into the demonic beast's territory. The demonic beast was enraged. With a terrifying aura, it rushed over like a violent storm. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple and the Black Fiend's men who were tailing them were shocked. A mere half-step Saint Realm cultivator trespassing into the territory of a high-ranked demonic beast was no different from seeking death. However, the two of them also understood that the other party was obviously planning to use the high-ranked demonic beast to block them so that he could escape. This method was extremely ruthless. If they were unlucky, they would be killed by the demonic beast. Since things had already developed to this point, they could not let this person go. Otherwise, if they let him enter the Ash Cloud Mountain, they would not know where to find him in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers of Ash Cloud Mountain. Even if a master at the peak of the Saint Realm wanted to find a single person in the vast Blue Cloud Mountain, it would not be an easy task. Inside Blue Cloud Mountain, there were many high-level monster beasts, terrifying monster beasts that could compete with masters at the peak of the Saint Realm. Chase. Even if they had to pay a price, they had to catch up to him. The Black Fiend's Copper Fiend hesitated for a moment before he decided to follow as well. Firstly, it was because of the reward for completing the mission. Secondly, it seemed like the traitor Chernzong had a lot of secrets on him. Even he was tempted. The black wind swept over and the mountain forest surged. The sound of crashing waves was like rolling waves. A monstrous murderous aura surged like a tsunami. A huge figure covered in black light charged at Chernzong like a bolt of lightning. It made him feel suffocated. It was a ferocious tiger that was completely black. Its 10-meter-long body was huge, and the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Chernzong paused. The black tiger demonic beast's eyes glowed with a faint scarlet luster as it stared at him. It seemed like the slightest movement would cause the other party to attack him crazily. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong calmed himself down. He could also feel that the person chasing after him was closing in on him. Soon after, Chernzong made his move again. Endless blood sea. The blood-red light filled the air and turned into a surging sea of blood that bombarded the black tiger demonic beast. The black tiger demonic beast was instantly enraged. A mere insect dared to take the initiative to attack it. It was simply courting death. The tiger demonic beast opened its mouth and shot out a mass of black light, bursting with an extremely shocking power. Chernzong took the opportunity to quickly fly to the side as fast as he could. A terrifying aura exploded in all directions, shattering the mountain rocks and turning the grass and trees into powder. Just as the black tiger demonic beast was about to chase after Chernzong, it noticed that another human was rapidly approaching. The aura of this human was much stronger than the previous one. Anger. Chapter 13:11. Thank you, senior and junior brothers, for your tips and monthly vote. 6 Dao Association will go crazy from time to time. The black tiger demonic beast was extremely powerful. As it pounced, it displayed an extremely terrifying power and speed. Its sharp claws tore apart the sky as a shocking force shattered everything in its surroundings. It mercilessly attacked the purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion. The ancient Wind Mansion's disciple's face changed drastically. This attack was very powerful and posed a great threat to him. Scram! With a roar, he waved his sleeves. It was as if a storm was sweeping out from his sleeves as it blasted towards the black tiger monster beast. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's goal was not to fight the monster beast to the death, but to force the monster beast to retreat so that he could pursue the black demon cloud sword. Otherwise, it would be his responsibility if the monster beast managed to escape. The black tiger became even more furious after being forced to retreat. It chased after the ancient Wind Mansion's disciple madly, while a faint shadow followed behind it like a shadow. Fortunately, Chernzong managed to buy some time for himself to escape with the help of the high-rank monster beast. Green Cloud Mountain was filled with lush trees that towered into the sky. Countless dangers lurked in their shadows. For example, there were poisonous insects and snakes. Although some of them were not strong and could be trampled to death with a single step, if bitten, their venom would seep into one's body and kill them in a short time. Even a group of Saint Realm Masters would not be able to escape. Therefore, the dangers in the mountain forest did not only come from the monster beasts, but also from the hidden poisonous snakes and insects. Some of the poisonous insects were especially terrifying. With one fleeing and one chasing, 4 figures entered the depths of Green Cloud Mountain. The black tiger monster beast's pursuit was extremely powerful and shocking. It immediately caused the silent mountain forest to boil, causing the other high-rank monster beasts to roar as a warning. Chernzong could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Things seemed to have become more complicated. As a result, the possibility of escaping in the end was even lower. After all, this was Green Cloud Mountain, where there were many monster beasts. The more high-rank monster beasts were attracted, the more dangerous it would be. However, things had already gotten to this point, so he could only do his best. Even if he was in a desperate situation, he could not give up. How many times had he been like this, fighting to the end for a slim chance of survival? Kill, kill. It's best if you kill all of them. That way I will be able to pick up a great bargain. Black Malevolence and Copper Malevolence, who were at the rear, said to themselves. High-level demonic beasts were extremely powerful, but they weren't so easy to kill unless one's strength was much greater than the other parties. Therefore, the blood, flesh, and demonic cores of high-level demonic beasts were extremely valuable. Now, there were as many as 4 high-level demonic beasts that had been disturbed and attacked in anger. If he could kill all of them, their demonic cores would bring him great wealth. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He wanted to be the last hunter and catch the so-called cicada, the mantis, and the oriole in one fell swoop. Another 1,000 years have passed. I wonder what the situation is like now? A hoarse and leisurely voice rang out, gradually spreading with the wind. It's rare for me to wake up. Let's find something interesting to do. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible thought swept out. In an instant, it covered a radius of 100,000 miles. Everything within the range was clearly captured in his eyes. There were no blind spots or omissions. Then, one figure after another entered the area covered by the invisible will. 3 people and 4 demonic beasts. Let's add some fun then. It sounded like a sigh, but it also seemed rather lonely. Afterwards, a shocking ripple of aura spread out like water, spreading towards the 3 people and 4 demonic beasts in an instant. Chernzong and the others were shocked. The ripple of aura was extremely extraordinary. It gave off an ancient and boundless feeling, as well as an indescribable sense of mystery, as if some treasure had appeared. Under normal circumstances, Chernzong would not have paid any attention to it. After all, he was running for his life right now, and he only wanted to escape. However, the source of the ripple of aura was extremely clear. It just happened to be the path he was taking. The violet-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion drew closer and closer to him. Terrifying killing intent surged out like a tide, blazing like lava. Turning around, Chern Zong used the boundless blood sea again. After using it continuously, the blood droplet sword inscription had become much fainter. It had used up a lot of its energy. However, there was no other way. This was the only way he could escape. As for using the flying cloud artifact ring, it was not yet necessary. After all, it had the speed of a 6th Heaven Saint Realm martial artist. It could only be used once, so he decided to keep it for now. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. The boundless blood sea was extremely powerful. It shook the surroundings, and a bloody light spread out like a surging tide. The ancient Wind Mansion disciple was stopped in his tracks once again. Then, the black tiger demonic beast behind him immediately chased after him. The high-rank demonic beasts in this area were not very high. They were at most 1st or 2nd heaven high-rank demonic beasts, which was equivalent to a 1st or 2nd heaven saint realm cultivator. If they went deeper and provoked a 3rd or 4th heaven high-rank demonic beast, no one would be able to escape. Chern Zong was horrified to discover that there was a door of light fluctuating in front of him. The door of light was completely silver in color and seemed to be dyed with a layer of blood-red halo. It looked indescribably deep, boundless, and fierce. This aura was exactly the same as the one he had sensed before. Could this be the source of the ripple? A teleportation gate. Chern Zong was very clear about this, but he didn't know where it would lead him to. Thinking quickly, Chern Zong originally planned to enter the teleportation gate, thinking that it might be a fortuitous opportunity. However, after thinking about it, he gave up. He wasn't sure what was on the other side of the teleportation gate, and he couldn't be sure. Since he could enter, his pursuer might be able to enter as well. If he entered a sealed area, there would be no escape. Chern Zong immediately rushed to the side of the teleportation gate. However, something unexpected happened. An indescribable force suddenly spread out from the teleportation gate, as if it was going to devour everything. Chern Zong's body came to a halt, and his expression changed drastically. The force was irresistible. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed his body, and he couldn't move at all. Then, he was forcefully dragged towards the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate seemed to have turned into the mouth of an ancient beast, swallowing everything. In the blink of an eye, Chern Zong was sucked into the teleportation gate. The purple-robed disciple who was chasing after Chern Zong was slightly startled, and he quickly came to a stop. His face was filled with uncertainty. The scene just now was clearly displayed in his mind, and he was wary of the teleportation gate. The black tiger monster behind him caught up and attacked furiously. The purple-robed disciple hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out from the teleportation gate and directly pulled him and the black tiger monster into the teleportation gate. The other 3 high-rank monsters were all startled, and they felt that something was wrong. They immediately turned around and ran, but the force appeared again. "All of you, come in obediently." There seemed to be a voice that resounded between heaven and earth. It was hoarse and leisurely, with a hint of leisure. Immediately, the 3 high-rank monsters who were about to turn around and run were all sucked into the teleportation gate. The Black Fiend member who was following in the dark like a shadow was shocked, and immediately retreated as fast as he could. However, he still couldn't avoid the pull of the invisible force, and fell into the teleportation gate. He was extremely shocked. Chern Zong was the first to be sucked into the teleportation gate, and it was also the first time he landed. He circulated his power throughout his body, and his left thumb was pressed against the heavy dragon sword's crossguard, ready to flick out the sword at any time. His eyes were extremely sharp, and they shone brightly as they scanned the surroundings. Then, he was slightly startled. This was a very spacious hall. There were a total of 8 ancient silver pillars in all directions, and each pillar had blood-red patterns that seemed to move around like veins. It gave off a profound and mysterious feeling. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was as if this was truly a sealed space. Then, a figure fell, and he also looked around in surprise. After looking around, his gaze immediately fell on Chernzong, and a strand of dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. He was only chasing a half-saint, but he had failed time and time again, and even ended up in such a sorry state. The purple-robed disciple was filled with hatred and killing intent towards Chernzong. "Let's see where you can run to this time." His words were like the cold wind from the extreme north, and a shocking killing intent swept out, as if it wanted to freeze Chernzong's body and soul. Chernzong did not hesitate to use 10 shadows and 10 illusions to retreat, and he used the ancient silver pillars in the hall to protect himself. No matter what, his strength was not as good as his opponent's, so he had to make use of the environment as much as possible. You can't escape. The killing intent on the purple-robed disciple's face became even more intense. His body flashed, and he was about to attack Chernzong, when a huge figure fell from the sky, and a shocking aura spread out. It was extremely ferocious. Roar. The terrifying roar was like thunder, and it shook the entire hall, echoing endlessly. It was the Black Tiger demonic beast. The Black Tiger demonic beast targeted the purple-robed disciple. As soon as it appeared and fell from the sky, it raised its huge tiger claw, as if it wanted to shatter the void. It carried an extremely terrifying power and killing intent, and it instantly attacked the purple-robed disciple. His expression changed greatly, and he quickly stopped chasing Chernzong, and he sent out a palm attack towards the sky. With a boom, the terrifying power turned into a storm, and roared in all directions. The purple-robed disciple was forced to retreat, and the black tiger also paused for a moment before it was thrown back and landed on the ground. At the same time, 3 other huge figures also fell from the sky. They were the other 3 high-ranked demonic beasts. One of them was a huge green wolf with a ferocious appearance, as if there were green flames burning around it. The other was a huge python with strange patterns all over its body, and the last was a huge golden lion. The green wolf and the python were both high-rank 1 demonic beasts, and the golden lion was a high-rank 2 demonic beast. The shocking aura of the high-rank 2 demonic beasts spread out, and the 3 high-rank 1 demonic beasts were terrified, and they all retreated vigilantly. The purple-robed disciple was also shocked, and his expression became serious. The situation had changed greatly, and it was extremely difficult to kill the dark fiend Cloud Sword now. Chapter 13:12. The spacious hall was dim. 4 demonic beasts and 3 humans. Chernzong stared at the last person who entered. He immediately knew that the source of his uneasiness was this person. In other words, this person had been following them secretly, acting as the last hunter. The purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion was also terrified. At the same time, he was furious and his face was cold. The people of the Black Fiend are really like ghosts that won't go away, the purple-robed disciple said coldly and angrily. However, this person did not respond. In fact, he was also furious. He had been walking in the dark, and now that he was suddenly dragged out and exposed in front of everyone, that feeling was definitely not good. The 4 demonic beasts were all intelligent. They immediately attacked, and each pounced on the 3 humans. No matter what, they had to kill the 3 humans first. A fierce battle was about to unfold in this spacious hall. Suddenly, an indescribable aura effused out from all directions as if the sky was collapsing. The aura was ghastly, powerful, ancient, and boundless, and suffused with shocking coldness and baleful chi. As soon as the aura appeared, the 3 humans and 4 demonic beasts were directly suppressed, and they could not move at all. Coldness emerged from the bottom of their hearts, and traces of fear emerged from the depths of their souls. It was as if the owner of that aura could wipe them all out with a single thought, and they would completely disappear from this world. Little fellows, I didn't let you enter this place to make a scene here." A hoarse voice with a boundless ancient charm rang out. It seemed to come from all directions, and it also seemed to come directly from the depths of everyone's hearts. As soon as the voice fell, a figure silently appeared, as if he had been there since ancient times. He stood in front of everyone, floating in midair. It was an old man wearing an ancient silver robe. There were strands of blood-red patterns on the ancient silver robe, and they intertwined like silk and thread, forming an extremely mysterious pattern. It was impossible to look at it for too long, or else one would feel dizzy. The old man's face was blurry, as if there was a mist around him, making it difficult to see his appearance clearly. The old man in the ancient silver robe floated in midair in the hall, and it felt like he was the center of everything, as if this hall existed because of him. This was an extremely terrifying expert, and it was impossible to estimate the extent of his strength. The 4 demonic beasts and the 3 humans did not struggle at all, because there was no need to. The other party was too strong. If he wanted to kill them, he could do so with just a thought. "I've been asleep for far too long. I've forgotten that Master's inheritance isn't something the Monster Beast clan can covet." The old man suddenly chuckled. His deep gaze swept across the 4 monster beasts. Without any reason, a great sense of terror rose from the hearts of the 4 demonic beasts. They struggled madly, desperately erupting with their own power, but they were unable to move. They were completely suppressed by an invisible force. Pup, pup. 4 consecutive sounds rang out. The 4 powerful demonic beasts were instantly crushed by an invisible force under the gazes of Chern Zong and the other 2. However, they didn't explode. Instead, they were confined within a certain area and quickly compressed. In the end, they condensed into 4 red beads. Every bead looked bright red and translucent, like the most beautiful piece of art, incomparably alluring. These 4 blood pellets are formed from the essence of the 4 demonic beasts' flesh and blood and the essence of their demonic cores, the old man said calmly. He waved his hand and the 4 blood pellets flew into his hand. Chern Zong and the other 2 were shocked when they heard this. The demonic cores of the 4 demonic beasts were already very valuable. Although their bodies were not as valuable as the demonic cores, they could still be sold for a good price. However, the blood pellet formed from the combination of flesh and blood and the essence of the demonic cores was even more extraordinary. Its value was definitely much higher than the demonic cores. Chern Zong and the other 2 were even more shocked by the old man's means. They had never heard of anyone who could shatter 4 living demonic beasts in an instant, directly extract their flesh and blood and the essence of their demonic cores, and condense them into 4 blood pellets in an instant. This kind of means was sensational. These 4 blood pills should be good treasures for you, right? There seemed to be a playful smile on the old man's face. He swept across Chern Zong and the other 2, and the 4 blood pellets flew in his hand. Taking these blood pellets can train your qi and blood without any side effects, strengthen your physique, and improve your qi cultivation. Hearing this, Chern Zong and the other 2's expressions changed greatly. All pills had side effects. The demonic cores of the demonic beasts contained the power of the demonic beasts, but it was very violent and difficult to directly absorb. They did not expect the blood pellets to have no side effects and could be directly absorbed. Moreover, they had great effects on qi and body refining. Even for cultivators who had never refined their physique, it was a good thing to have a stronger physique. It could improve their survival ability and so on. For a moment, the 3 were very tempted. However, no one spoke. "Do you want these 4 blood pellets very much?" the old man asked. The playfulness in his tone seemed to be more obvious, as if he was going to play a prank. "If you want them, then satisfy me first. As long as I am satisfied, I will reward you with a blood pellet." "Why aren't you answering? Don't you want these 4 blood pellets? Although they are a little low level, they should be good for you." The old man was a little surprised. Why did Chern Zong and the other two not respond? He kept asking as if he had not spoken for a long time and wanted to say enough. Suddenly, the old man seemed to realize something and slapped his forehead. I forgot. You were suppressed by my aura and could not move. In the next moment, Chern Zong and the other two felt the terrifying aura suppressing them disappear without a trace. They could move again. However, at this moment, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple did not dare to attack Chern Zong. Who knew if this terrifying and unfathomable old man would be unhappy? The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple immediately bowed and asked respectfully, "What can I do to satisfy Senior? What can I do to satisfy this old man?" The old man muttered to himself, as if he was thinking. Because what he said just now was a spur-of-the-moment idea. He had not prepared anything at all. Then, what can I do to satisfy this old man? The old man thought hard, and a trace of oppressive aura suddenly spread out in the hall. The three could only hear the old man mumbling to himself. Satisfied, satisfied. As if he had fallen into a trance, the old man kept repeating the same words. The oppressive aura became more and more obvious, and Chern Zong and the other two felt as if they had fallen into the deep sea. They were crazily suppressed by an invisible pressure, and they felt as if their chests were about to collapse. Terrifying. This old man was really too terrifying. Chern Zong and the other two felt as if they were about to be crushed by this terrifying pressure. After a while, the old man finally said, "Forget it. You three juniors can't satisfy this old man." His tone was a little disappointed, and his gaze was bleak. "How about this?" The old man waved his hand, and the 4 blood pills immediately flew out of his hand. They turned into 4 rays of bloody light that swam around the spacious hall. "Do your best. Whoever catches the blood pill will have it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the 3 of them were overjoyed. They immediately unleashed their fastest speed and used their movement techniques to chase after the blood pills. There were a total of 4 blood pills and 4 rays of bloody light. They spread out and were as nimble as a fish in water, as cunning as a poisonous snake, and as fast as lightning. For a moment, the 3 who had erupted with their full speed were unable to catch up. In terms of cultivation, Chern Zong was the lowest among the 3, only at the Transcendent Realm. The other 2 were both First Heaven Saint Realm cultivators. There was a huge gap between their cultivations. As a result, in terms of speed, Chern Zong was obviously inferior to the other 2. On the other hand, the old man watched with waning interest and was a little surprised. This boy's cultivation is clearly only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, but his speed is so fast. He's much faster than an ordinary mid-level half-saint, close to an ordinary high-level half-saint. The old man was secretly surprised. As an unfathomable expert, the old man was naturally able to see some signs from some clues and speculate from there. "I didn't expect this boy to be a king-grade genius. This kind of speed is quite outstanding among king-grade geniuses," the old man thought to himself. "I wonder how strong he is." Since he was suddenly interested, it was only natural that he would pay even more attention to it. As he paid more attention, the old man was shocked, because he had seen more and understood more, which made him even more interested. His chi-refining cultivation is very high. It seems that the secret art he cultivates is also very advanced. It should be a saint-grade high-rank secret art. His vitality is extremely vigorous, and his body-refining cultivation is also quite good. He also possesses a kind of earth flame. Oh, so part of his chi-refining cultivation is used to seal the mark on his left hand. If he releases it, when the old man thought of this, Chern Zong also realized this. Originally, he had used part of his super spirit chi to wrap the black demon mark to prevent its vitality from leaking out, but it had also restrained part of his strength, causing his strength to decrease. But now, he was in an unknown place, and these 2 obviously wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, was there a need to hide the aura of the black demon mark? No. In that case, he would take back that part of his strength. Suddenly, Chen Zong's aura skyrocketed and his speed increased in an instant, becoming even faster. High-level half-saint realm. This is the speed that only an emperor-grade genius can have. If his strength is... The old man suddenly became excited. There was no reason for it. A peak transcendent realm with the strength of a high-level half-saint should be an emperor-grade genius. Even if he was not, he should be a top genius among king-grade geniuses. Of course, there was a gap between king-grade and emperor-grade. But in any case, Chen Zong's talent interested the old man and made him excited. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a genius after waking up from his long slumber to have some fun. Could it be fate? For a moment, the old man's mind became active, and thoughts that had been deeply buried in the past emerged again. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13:13. The main hall was spacious and seemed to be boundless. 8 ancient silver pillars stood erect, as if they were pillars that reached the heavens. 4 rays of blood-red light shuttled back and forth among them, drifting indeterminately. 3 figures were chasing after a blood-red light. Every time they were about to catch up, they would reach out and grab it. The blood-red light would suddenly increase in speed and slip away from their hands. Chen Zong did not get angry even though the blood-red light had slipped away from his hands a few times. Instead, he became calmer and calmer as he carefully observed and sensed. The blood-red light's trajectory was unpredictable and untraceable. Chen Zong's heart was calm and collected. He remained where he was, as if he was waiting. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple, Black Murderess, and Bronze Murderess continued to increase their speed. However, no matter how fast they increased their speed, they still could not catch up to the blood-red light. Every time they increased their speed, they would almost catch up to the blood-red light. The feeling of missing by a hair's breadth made their emotions fluctuate. From the corner of their eyes they saw Chen Zong stop and did not continue to chase after the blood-red pill. They immediately sneered and felt disdain. He was merely a semi-sage expert. Even if he had some means and some innate talent, he was nothing in front of true strength. A half-step saint like you wants to compete with us for the blood-red pill. What a joke. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple secretly mocked. Heart domain. In an instant, the heart domain spread out and covered a radius of 5 meters. Everything within 5 meters was under his control. That is... The old man suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation from Chen Zong's body. He carefully sensed it and was immediately shocked. He was even more shocked and overjoyed. At this moment, a blood-red pill turned into a blood-red light and flew past. It happened to be a few meters away from Chen Zong and entered the range of the heart domain. At this moment, Chen Zong reached out and grabbed. It was as if he was holding a flower with his bare hands. It was casual and smooth. There was an indescribable charm to it. It was like returning to the natural state. There was a faint afterimage in the air. Chen Zong had already stopped, and the blood-red light also disappeared. A blood pill fell into Chen Zong's hand. Such pure and majestic energy. Chen Zong was shocked when he felt the energy fluctuation from the blood pill in his hand. He didn't consume it immediately. Instead, he put it into his storage ring and set his eyes on the other blood pill. There were 4 blood pills in total. The other 2 were chasing after one each. Chen Zong had already taken one, and the last one was flying around randomly. Chen Zong took a step forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park. It was hard to tell where he was going, as if he was following the changes in the bloodlight. His powerful soul gave Chen Zong greater perception and insight. His mind was as fast as lightning, and he kept calculating. Chen Zong didn't constantly release his heart domain as it was very taxing on his mind. About 7 minutes later, Xiao Chen activated his heart domain again, covering a radius of 5 meters. He waited for the scarlet light to fly over on its own. This was the result of countless simulations in Chen Zong's mind. It should not be wrong. After waiting for a few dozen breaths, Xiao Chen's heart domain was constantly taxing on his mind. When more than half of his heart domain was consumed, a scarlet light flew over. As soon as it entered the range of his heart domain, Chen Zong immediately captured its trajectory and caught it. The second blood pill was in his hand. Good, good, good. The old man was overjoyed when he saw this scene. The other two also noticed and were shocked. They couldn't believe it. How could a half-saint get a blood pill faster than the two of them? Exploding in an instant, Yang Kai's speed soared. He had clearly used a secret technique to increase his speed. This kind of secret technique had a great impact on his body, so he was not willing to use it lightly. Even when he was chasing Chen Zong, he had not used it, but now, as a dignified Saint Realm Master, how could he lose to a mere half-saint? He had to fight. His speed increased, and his movement technique became even faster. He immediately caught up with the scarlet light and caught it. The blood pill was in his hand. The two stopped at the same time. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's face was pale, and his aura fluctuated. As for the Black Fiend, his face couldn't be seen because of his black robe, but his aura was also much weaker. It was obvious that he had used a lot of energy just now. Since you all have blood pills, I'll give you all a chance. The old man's unfathomable gaze swept across them. Chen Zong and company's hearts skipped a beat. Originally, I let you all in just to pass some time and have some fun. But now, I'm in a good mood. I've decided to give you all a chance to obtain a true fortuitous encounter. A true fortuitous encounter. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. The ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple's breathing quickened as well. The Black Fiend's aura fluctuated more intensely. Excitement. This old man was unfathomable. The blood pill had already shocked them. What about the true fortuitous encounter? If they could obtain the true fortuitous encounter, they would benefit immensely. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel excited as well. This cave abode is called the Ancient Azura Palace. It was left behind by my master, the Ancient Azura King, the old man said again. Ancient Azura King? Chen Zong and company paused. They had never heard of this name before. However, to be called a king, one had to be a king-ranked martial artist or a king-ranked formidable martial artist. From the looks of it, it was obviously the latter. Then, could the true fortuitous encounter be the ancient Azura King's inheritance? A king-ranked formidable martial artist's inheritance? At once, apart from Chen Zong, the other two were very tempted. As for Chen Zong, he already had the Great Abyss King's memories. It was as if he had the Great Abyss King's inheritance. Hence, he was rather calm. This calmness and composure was seen by the old man, and he was very satisfied. A true formidable martial artist had to have both strength and temperament. If one only had strength but no temperament, he would just be a brute. However, if one only had temperament but no strength, it would be like building a castle in the sky. Only when one had both could one become a formidable martial artist. The old man waved his sleeves. Instantly, a buzzing sound rang out. The 8 ancient silver pillars in the main hall shook simultaneously. The blood-red patterns on them seemed to have been activated. They danced like dragons and snakes, releasing a shocking aura. Immediately, an ancient silver door appeared in the middle of the main hall. It was ancient and vast, deep and majestic. There were streaks of blood-red patterns on the door. The patterns intertwined like silk, and seemed to form a figure. That figure seemed to be filled with endless wonder. Boom! The ancient silver door opened. Behind it, there was actually a blood-red light. There seemed to be countless corpses floating in the blood-red light. It was like the Azura Hell. An extremely frightening, baneful aura emanated from it. Instantly, the three's faces changed. Their hairs stood on end. An indescribable fear surged from the depths of their hearts. This door seemed to open a path to the Azura Hell. Chern Zong did not move, but his expression was serious. However, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple and the Black Fiend's member shuddered. They subconsciously took a step back. The old man saw this and understood what it meant. This is a test. If you want to obtain my master's inheritance, you have to pass this test. The old man spoke. His voice was heavy and filled with killing intent. Everyone's heart trembled. If you cannot pass the test, you will die inside. It is up to you whether you want to take the test or not. If you don't want to, I will send you out now. Hearing that they would die, the three's expressions became even more serious. Nobody wanted to die. However, in front of such a huge opportunity, everyone wanted to obtain it. Although Chern Zong already had the Taiyuan King's memories, the Taiyuan King was the Taiyuan King. Other king-ranked martial artists were other king-ranked martial artists. They all had their own methods. For all they knew, the ancient Azura King's inheritance might be suitable for them. No matter what, since he had encountered this fortuitous encounter, he had to challenge it and obtain it. The three were very determined. If they wanted to obtain this opportunity, they had to bear the risk of death. This was normal. If they retreated out of fear because of this, if they encountered any opportunities in the future, they would still be afraid and retreated. If that was the case, what was the point of talking about cultivation? They might as well disperse their cultivation and find a secluded place to spend the rest of their lives. Since you are not retreating, then go in, the old man said. The Black Fiend's member's body flashed. His body seemed to be swallowed by the blood sea and disappeared. Immediately, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciple also flashed and entered. Chern Zong was the last to enter. I hope you can pass this test, the old man muttered to himself. The blood light was boundless and the blood sea was churning. The thick smell of blood filled the air, seeping into one's body through one's nostrils. One's entire body seemed to be melting in this blood light. Everywhere one looked, one could only see the blood light stretching out. After what seemed like a long time, Chern Zong's body descended. He appeared in a world that looked like it was the end of the world. The sky was dark red. Streaks of blood light surged like waves. The clouds were endless. The ground was dark red as well. It seemed to have been watered by countless amounts of blood. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Countless dried bones were buried in the dark red ground. Corpses and bones were everywhere. One's hair stood on end. Even further away, Chern Zong saw the lava lake emitting a shocking red light and terrifying heat. The smell of burnt sulfur and blood filled the air. It was suffocating. Ferocious, murderous aura. It was endless. This place was like a place from Azura's purgatory. Chern Zong's expression was serious. This kind of place was really too terrifying. That shocking murderous aura constantly attacked him. It was as if it wanted to corrode his mind and turn him into a mad demon that only knew how to kill. However, Chern Zong's soul was powerful, and his will was extremely firm. He was not affected at all. However, this kind of effect was not a one-time thing. Instead, it would be subtle over a long period of time. The more it accumulated, the stronger it would become. However, Chern Zong was puzzled about another thing. Entering this place was a test. Then, what was the test? The old man did not say anything specific. He only said that it was a test and entering this place. That was all. With doubts, Chern Zong looked away after sweeping his gaze. He stared in one direction and began to walk forward. He did not say anything about the test. Did the old man miss it? Or did he do it on purpose? Or perhaps the test's content was hidden here. He would know when the time came. No matter what, since he had already entered this place, he might as well go. He could not just stay here. Chapter 13-14. Blood red, crimson, fire red, all sorts of crimson auras spread out in all directions, creating a blood-red world that exuded an astonishing evil chi. Strange roars rang out one after another as a terrifying evil chi swept out in all directions like a storm. They were less than a meter tall, and their bodies were black and red. They were so thin that they were almost skin and bones, but they had big round bellies. Murky saliva kept flowing out of their mouths as they crazily crawled out of the cracks and pounced at Chernzong with sharp blades in their hands. Chernzong's expression became slightly solemn. These demons might seem small, but each of them was not weak, all of them having reached the peak of the transcendent realm. Ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivators were no match for them. Most importantly, there were so many of these ugly demons that it seemed like there was no end to them. They kept crawling out of the cracks and surrounded the group of people. The heavy dragon's sword had been unsheathed long ago, and every sword slashed out an extremely shocking pitch-black sword light. The sword light fluctuated like water and was as swift as lightning. Wherever the sword light passed, the ugly demons were all killed and countless died. The blood of these demons was black and hot, like magma, spraying out in all directions. Kill, kill, kill. Chernzong didn't know how many times he had swung his sword, nor how many demons he had killed. All he knew was that as far as the eye could see, there were countless severed corpses strewn all over the place. If there weren't thousands, there were at least hundreds. In other places, the ancient Wind Mansion's purple-robed disciples were also constantly killing the ugly demons. Ugly things, it doesn't matter if there are 100 or 1,000 of you, all of you will die. This person's palms constantly blasted out, each of them carrying a terrifying power, as if they could shatter the world. Huge palm prints whistled through the air, wreaking havoc in all directions, shattering everything in their path. Anyone hit by this person's palm prints would tremble and instantly shatter, turning into a bloody pulp that scattered in all directions. Kill, kill, kill. Chernzong killed to his heart's content. To a saint like him, a trivial transcendent realm cultivator was nothing more than an ant. There was no difference between 100 ants and 1,000 ants. However, he did not realize that as he continued to kill, the baleful aura gradually affected his mind. He became even more bloodthirsty and wanted nothing more than to slaughter everything. On the other side, the members of the Black Fiend moved swiftly, instantly leaving dozens of afterimages. The afterimages swept past like blades, and dozens of demons fell to the ground one after another. A ghostly figure, an incomparably shocking massacre. The Black Fiend was a dark organization. The members of the Black Fiend organization were all trained to kill. Therefore, the members of the Black Fiend organization were undoubtedly better at killing. However, after a long period of killing, this Black Fiend member's mind was unknowingly affected by the murderous aura. His murderous intent was stimulated from the depths of his heart, and it was beyond normal. Why is that so? But this feeling is too wonderful. He was slightly better off than the purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion, and he could sense that something was wrong. However, he was unable to free himself from the immersion, because this feeling of constantly attacking and killing was just too wonderful. It was practically a form of venting, a form of supreme enjoyment, and it caused both his body and mind to enter an indescribable state of joy. All of this was seen clearly by the old man. Of the three of them, only Chernzong was unaffected. He was still as calm as ever. Although he was constantly attacking demons with his sword, he did not sink into the immersion, nor was he controlled by the desire to kill. The old man was extremely excited inside. He constantly hoped that Chernzong could remain clear-headed and persevere. Only then would he have a chance of obtaining his master's legacy. If someone could not even control their desire to kill, they would be controlled by it. In the end, they would become a killing maniac, and any legacy would be wasted. The old man directly rejected the purple-robed disciple of the ancient Wind Mansion and the members of the Black Fiend in his heart. He paid special attention to Chernzong. The baleful aura here constantly attacked Chen Zong's mind. Especially as he continued to kill, the baleful aura seemed to have been stimulated, becoming several times more intense. Under such circumstances, the impact on his mind became more and more obvious. However, Chen Zong's soul was extremely powerful, and his willpower was incomparably firm. Furthermore, he had gone through even more shocking slaughters, so the baleful aura he had accumulated was extremely dense. It was just that Chen Zong had not studied the path of baleful aura, nor did he have a suitable method to guide it. Thus, he did not know how to use it. If he could guide it and release it, it would be extremely terrifying and shocking. Under such circumstances, how could a mere baleful aura and baleful aura affect him? Kill, kill, kill. The slaughter was endless. The blood-red aura completely filled the surroundings, dyeing everything red. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The purple-robed disciple of the ancient wind mansion had already gone crazy. His long hair seemed to be dancing in the wind, and the blood-red aura spread out. His eyes were filled with incomparably cold baleful aura and killing intent. There was not a shred of emotion, only bloodthirsty and merciless. His body was surrounded by a blood-red mist that seemed to have materialized. As the mist rose, there seemed to be mournful cries that rang out continuously. Killing to his heart's content, killing to the point of madness. The members of the Black Fiend also stopped using their fleeting movement technique. They each held a sharp blade in their hands. Bloody light shot out, and a shocking baleful aura spread out in all directions. Killing to the point of madness, killing to the point of madness. The old man also noticed this situation, and immediately shook his head. These two people were already crippled. Their minds and souls had already been corroded by the baleful aura, and they had become murderous maniacs, puppets controlled by the desire to kill. It was completely impossible for them to wake up in such a state. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world, and there was still a chance for them to wake up. However, if they could wake up, then it would definitely be shocking, and they would definitely be able to achieve astonishing results. However, with the old man's insight and experience, it was impossible for them to wake up. On the contrary, Chen Zong's situation made him even happier, because until now, Chen Zong still showed no signs of being corroded by the baleful aura. Although he was disturbed a little, he was still very calm. Indeed, Chen Zong could feel a sliver of the desire to kill quietly growing in his heart, silently affecting him. However, Chen Zong could also clearly feel that he could suppress this desire to kill. However, why did he have to suppress it? Not only did Chen Zong not suppress it, instead, he guided it and made use of it. His attacks became increasingly fierce, and his control over the baleful aura became increasingly proficient. Without knowing when, the number of demons crawling out from the cracks in the ground became fewer and fewer. After the last demon was killed by Chen Zong suppressed his desire to kill. Looking around, he was endlessly surprised. The ground was littered with at least 10,000 corpses. The dense and direct smell of blood filled all directions. Chen Zong was also slightly surprised. He had actually killed more than 10,000 demons. However, this was nothing. Compared to the Earth Demon Abyss of Blue Wave's world, this completely paled in comparison. After all, at that time, he had slaughtered several 100,000 demons in a single demon tribe. As for the purple-robed disciple of ancient Wind Mansion, he had never experienced this kind of battle. At most, he had killed more than 100 demons. Even if it was a lot, he didn't know if he could kill more than 10,000 demons in his lifetime. As for the members of Black Demon, although they had killed more demons, they had never encountered this kind of situation where they directly killed more than 10,000 demons. The mind of these two people had already been eroded by the baleful aura, and they were reduced to killing puppets. Seeing that there were no more demons to kill, their scarlet eyes were filled with ice-cold killing intent. They directly jumped into the cracks in the ground where the demons had appeared. If they jumped down, they would die without a doubt. However, a door appeared in front of Chunzong. It was a transmission door. Taking a step, Chunzong returned to that spacious main hall. "Congratulations, little friend, you have passed the test," the old man said with a smile. His attitude was clearly very different from before. He was a lot more cordial. "Many thanks for Senior's opportunity." Chunzong bowed. If the other party was not willing to let him take the test, then there was nothing he could do. "Originally, I thought that my master's inheritance would be severed. I didn't expect that I would actually meet you." The old man's eyes shone with excitement as he stared at Chunzong. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Extraordinary talent, extraordinary temperament, and powerful strength. This was the perfect inheritor. "Senior, where are the other two people?" Chunzong could not help but ask. "They couldn't resist the erosion of the baleful aura and have been reduced to killing puppets. They are now dead," the old man said indifferently. Chunzong's heart trembled slightly. If he could not resist the erosion of the baleful aura, he would have been reduced to a killing puppet like the other two people and died an unnatural death. However, their deaths could be considered as a temporary relief for Chunzong. "Little friend, what is your name?" the old man asked again. "Senior, my name is Chunzong," Chunzong replied. "Little friend Chunzong, you have passed the test and are qualified to receive my master's inheritance. However, my master's inheritance is divided into 3 levels," the old man said with a serious expression. Chunzong was also listening attentively. "The first level, which is the lowest level, can only receive my master's most ordinary inheritance. The second level is the intermediate level, can receive my master's good inheritance. The third level is the advanced level, can receive my master's highest inheritance. Little friend, which inheritance do you want to receive?" The old man looked serious. "Remember, you can only receive one inheritance. With your ability, you should be able to receive a low-level inheritance. Maybe an intermediate one, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to receive an advanced one." "Senior, please enlighten me," Chunzong asked. Since the inheritance was divided into 3 levels, the advanced one was naturally the best. "You are very interested in the advanced inheritance, right?" The old man smiled. "You can receive the low-level and intermediate inheritances directly, but the advanced inheritance is too important. My master will set another test. You can only receive the inheritance if you pass my master's test." "What kind of test is it?" Chunzong asked again. "As far as I know, the test is closely related to the soul. The stronger the soul, the higher the possibility of passing the test," the old man said. "Senior, I choose the advanced inheritance." Chunzong responded immediately without any hesitation. "Are you sure?" The old man looked serious again. "If you can't pass my master's test, you will die." "I am sure." Chunzong's tone was firm. Chunzong did not know who the ancient Azura king was, but since he was a king-ranked martial artist, he was definitely not a great saint. The low-grade and middle-grade inheritances of martial artists who were not at the great saint realm would probably be of little use to Chunzong. Only the high-grade inheritances would catch his eye. Chapter 13-15. The ancient road was silent and the lights were green. Chunzong stood at the beginning of the road, looking ahead. There seemed to be no end in sight, only a stretch of darkness that seemed to lead to a bottomless abyss. The silence and nothingness made people tremble for no reason. Then Chunzong looked down at himself. This body was a soul body, constructed by the power of the soul. Originally, Chunzong's level of the soul was not enough to condense his soul into a body. But here it was very strange that he could condense a soul body. This was the test of the old man's master, the ancient Shura king. Chern Zong chose the advanced inheritance, which could only be obtained by passing the test of the ancient Shura king. If he couldn't pass the test, only death would await him. But Chern Zong was quite confident that he could pass the test. If he couldn't pass the test with the strength of his soul at the late stage of the spiritual sea-gathering realm, then it was worth pondering whether this test existed at all. Collecting his thoughts, Chern Zong looked ahead, still unable to see the end. With a thought, his soul body floated up as if it had lost all its weight and quickly floated forward. It was silent and fast like the wind. It didn't take long for Chern Zong to see the source of the green light. It was a lamp that was at least a meter tall. The flame was green and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of heat or coldness from it. It was just plain. When Chern Zong approached, the lamp suddenly burned fiercely, as if there was a supreme power descending. Immediately, the lamp began to change, condensing into a green wolf, whose whole body was burning with green flames. Chern Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a ghost fire green wolf constructed by the power of the soul. The flame burning on its body was the soul fire. The serene fire green wolf was 2 meters long. The moment it appeared, it emitted an extremely shocking baleful aura. That baleful aura was incomparably ferocious as it surged over like a tidal wave, causing Chern Zong's heart to tremble as he was secretly shocked. This was a pressure that came directly from the soul, and it also directly impacted his soul. With a long howl that shook the heavens and the earth, the ghostly fire azure wolf's 4 limbs suddenly exerted force, and it instantly transformed into a faint flame that pounced over at an astonishing speed. Sharp claws and fangs, as well as eyes that burned with soul fire, drew a few rays of light in the dim light, as if they were remnants of ancient times. Chern Zong instantly felt his hair stand on end. It was too fast, and an astonishingly sharp aura was pressing down on him, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. In the face of danger, Chern Zong quickly retreated. His figure fluttered, and he narrowly avoided the ghost fire green wolf's attack. However, the ghost fire green wolf seemed to have gone through hundreds of battles. Its combat experience was incomparably rich, and its reaction was even more astonishing. It landed on the ground in an instant, and its figure turned in the air, and stood upright like a human. Its 2 claws madly clawed at Chern Zong. Countless claw shadows spread out in all directions and densely covered Chern Zong's body. Chern Zong's figure became more and more ethereal. Every time the ghost fire green wolf's sharp claws attacked, Chern Zong clearly grasped them and dodged them subtly. As long as he got used to it, this ghost fire green wolf would not be much of a threat to him. However, Chern Zong still did not counterattack. Instead, he kept dodging and getting used to this soul body. After all, there was a difference between a soul body and a body of flesh and blood. At the end of this path, on a throne, sat an illusory figure. The figure seemed to be flickering like a candle in the wind, but a pair of eyes emitted endless blood-red light. The blood-red light was deep and vast, like a piece of the starry sky. It seemed to be staring through the void, and clearly saw the battle between Chern Zong and the ghost fire green wolf. What a powerful soul body! Perhaps you can pass my test and obtain my highest inheritance. The illusory figure's mouth did not move, but a vast and indistinct voice came out. The voice was fleeting and forceful, condensed in the surrounding area and did not spread out. The illusory figure just stared. At first, it was a little strange. Such a powerful soul body should not be able to fight with the ghost fire green wolf for so long. However, this illusory figure was not an ordinary cultivator. It was a super expert. Soon, it figured out that the other party was using the ghost fire green wolf to train himself. In this regard, the illusory figure became more and more satisfied. Okay, this is the end, Chern Zong said to himself. His right hand clenched in the air, and suddenly, a blazing soul fire spread out. When the purple soul fire cooled down, a purple long sword was held in his hand. With the sword in hand, the shocking evil spirit could not be concealed. It naturally surged out like a tsunami, rushing in all directions and shattering the world. The evil spirit of the ghost fire green wolf was already very shocking. Under the impact of the evil spirit, the same strength would be affected and could not be fully unleashed. However, at this moment, compared to the evil spirit that burst out of Chunzong, it seemed weak. If the evil spirit of the ghost fire green wolf was a pond, then Chunzong's evil spirit was an ocean. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Under the impact of such a terrifying evil spirit, the ghost fire green wolf froze and could not move, as if it was sealed. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for a master swordsman like Chunzong. He waved his right hand and the sword could not be seen. There was only a touch of mysterious, deep, and sharp purple light that flashed across the dark void. The ghost fire green wolf's body suddenly trembled and then collapsed, turning into countless green soul fires that scattered in all directions. Then, as if they were inexplicably attracted, they quickly rushed toward Chunzong. Like fireflies in the dark night, they surrounded him. Not feeling the slightest danger, Chunzong did not shatter the green soul fires. Countless green soul fires filled his body and quickly condensed into a green armor that covered his body. The armor had the pattern of the ghost fire green wolf. After putting on the ghost fire green wolf armor, Chunzong felt that his soul body seemed to be stronger. What an amazing evil spirit! The illusory figure at the end of the path of souls was secretly shocked. He could not imagine how many creatures had to be killed to create such an evil spirit. The evil spirit was as vast as the sea. Millions of creatures? Or more. It was unimaginable. The illusory figure fluctuated violently because he was very excited. This was a perfect transmission. A strong soul, a tenacious heart, and an evil spirit as vast as the sea. At this moment, the illusory figure was very eager for Chunzong to pass the test he set and come to him. The ghost fire green wolf was only the first test. In other words, it was only the first opponent. After receiving the power of the ghost fire green wolf and turning it into armor, Chunzong continued forward. About 10,000 meters away, a second ball of soul fire was burning fiercely. It was also a faint green soul fire, but this ball of soul fire was at least 2 meters in size. Immediately, a shocking sound was heard, like the roar of a beast king. The 2-meter-tall green soul fire condensed into a ghost fire green tiger. This ghost fire green tiger was even bigger, reaching 3 meters in length. The aura it exuded was even stronger, and its evil spirit rushed out madly with a roar. Compared to it, the ghost fire green wolf was like a kitten. Chunzong's heart trembled slightly, and he was secretly shocked. This ghost fire green tiger already made him feel threatened, and it was more than several times stronger than the ghost fire green wolf. The ghost fire green tiger roared, and its evil spirit surged like a tide. In an instant it rushed toward Chunzong, and then its huge body suddenly rushed out, causing the ground to shake. The tiger raised its claws and smashed toward Chunzong as if it was breaking a mountain. The power of this attack was at least 10 times stronger than that of the ghost fire green wolf. Chunzong felt suppressed. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand was dazzling and misty, cutting across the sky. He blocked the tiger's attack with his sword, and after the sword shook slightly, the tiger's sharp claws were immediately broken, and the sword light swept across the sky like lightning. Swish! The purple sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through the ghost fire green tiger's body, leaving a wound, and green sparks sputtering out. Suddenly wounded, the ghost fire green tiger was furious, and its eyes almost shot out a solid light, like a cold fire burning everything. It suddenly pounced again, and its claws broke through the air. At the same time, its body suddenly turned, and its tail swept wildly. In just a moment, the ghost fire green tiger completed 3 consecutive attacks, and each attack was powerful and flawless. But Chunzong was more powerful. Without dodging, He completely blocked the 3 killing attacks of the ghost fire green tiger with the sword in his hand, and then counterattacked with the sword. The incomparably sharp sword directly cut the ghost fire green tiger's body in two. The ghost fire green tiger let out a final cry, and suddenly exploded, but it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into countless soul lights and flew toward Chernzong, gathering on Chernzong's body, and further perfecting the armor. Gradually, it covered his whole body, leaving only the head uncovered. The pattern of the ghost fire green wolf appeared on the upper body of the armor, and the pattern of the ghost fire green tiger appeared on the lower body of the armor. As the armor was further perfected, Chernzong could feel that his soul had become more solid, and it seemed to be more stable. This was also a benefit, and it seemed simple, but in fact it was extremely dangerous. Of course, the danger was relative. If Chernzong's soul was not strong enough, he could not even defeat the ghost fire green wolf, and the consequence would be that he would be killed by the ghost fire green wolf, and his soul would become nutrients for the ghost fire green wolf to strengthen itself. But Chernzong's soul was strong enough, and the situation was reversed. He continued to move forward. This time, he walked forward for a full 30,000 meters before he saw the next soul fire. It was also green, but there was a touch of purple in it. Moreover, this soul fire was 3 meters tall. As Chernzong approached, the 3-meter-tall soul fire suddenly burned, giving out a series of high-pitched dragon roars. Change. The 3-meter-tall soul fire stretched and condensed into a flood dragon. The flood dragon was 6 meters long, and its whole body was green, but its eyes were burning with purple soul fire. The aura of this flood dragon was 10 times more powerful than that of the ghost fire green tiger. Chernzong could not help but look serious. At the same time, he was a little scared. If his soul had not reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, he was afraid that he would be suppressed by the aura of this flood dragon and be unable to move. Strong. Very strong. Chapter 13:16. The spiritual flood dragon soared into the sky, its body repelling the void. The dragon opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a faint green light. The edge of the light was dyed with a layer of strange and eerie green aura. It was boundlessly cold. It was formed from the terrifying baleful aura. This was a combination of evil spirit and soul power that could penetrate one's soul. It instantly crossed the sky like an aurora and bombarded toward Chernzong. Chernzong looked dignified. He didn't dodge immediately. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. The purple sword light tore through the sky and slashed toward the attack. In an instant, the two attacks collided and dispersed, surging in all directions and turning into a raging storm. The spirit Jiao dragon let out a loud roar and suddenly swung its tail. As if it had created 1,000 waves, it charged towards Chernzong with unparalleled speed. Its speed was as swift and ferocious as lightning. The purple light in its eyes burned like a raging fire, penetrating through everything. Chernzong jumped up and slashed out with his long sword. His exquisite swordsmanship was fully displayed. The sword slashed across the sky. It seemed to be stabbing, slashing, and collapsing. All kinds of forces were contained in it. It was a combination of hardness and softness. It looked ordinary but was extremely mysterious. A slight buzzing sound was heard. The purple sword light seemed to seep into the void and slash toward the spiritual flood dragon. The spiritual flood dragon was indeed very powerful. It posed a great threat to Chernzong. Chernzong was shocked and had to fight with all his strength. The dragon's tail swept out, bursting with a terrifying force. It was as if it could crush a mountain. Chernzong's body moved swiftly. He dodged the dragon's tail and slashed out with his long sword. It seemed light and slow, but it was extremely fast and powerful. The battle was extremely fierce. For a moment the spiritual flood dragon couldn't do anything to Chernzong, and Chernzong couldn't kill it. After all, the spiritual flood dragon was very powerful. Chernzong, on the other hand, was getting stronger as the battle went on. With a sword in hand, he performed to the extreme. Chernzong also noticed that it was smoother and more natural to perform swordsmanship as a soul. The power of each sword was even more shocking. All of this fell into the eyes of the illusory figure at the end of the path of souls. The more it looked, the more satisfied it was. This swordsmanship was simply too exquisite. The battle between Chernzong and the spiritual Jiao dragon lasted for half an hour before the situation gradually became clear. Chernzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was ordinary, but it was extremely profound and unavoidable. It seemed to ignore space and time as it pierced through the soul and left a long sword mark on the spiritual flood dragon's body. The spiritual flood dragon was infuriated, and it attacked violently, but it couldn't do anything to Chernzong. Instead, it was struck by Chernzong's sword. The more he was struck by the sword, the more sword scars he would have on his body, and the more soul energy he would lose, causing his strength to decline further. Chop! In a flash, Chernzong appeared beside the spiritual Jiao dragon. With a swing of his sword, he beheaded the spiritual Jiao dragon. Chernzong's body collapsed and turned into countless rays of light that surrounded him. Finally, they formed the shape of a helmet. Then, a faint purple light flowed down and covered his entire body. The armor seemed to have been fused into one, and its appearance changed drastically. This was an armor that was fused with soul energy. Chernzong felt that his soul energy seemed to have multiplied and become more powerful. What's the next test? Chernzong stared ahead, but all he could see was darkness. Based on the previous 3 tests, if the 4th test was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be a match for it with his current strength. However, there was no turning back now. He had to press forward. His will was firm and his sword was proof. Chernzong's eyes flashed fiercely, and his body was filled with an unparalleled aura that seemed to be able to tear and cut through everything. Even if there was a mountain of bones in front of me, I would slash it with my sword. Even if there was a sea of blood in front of me, I would slash it with my sword. He was unstoppable, cutting through all obstacles, and pressing forward with indomitable will. For a moment, it was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed, tearing the world apart. Step by step, Chernzong kept moving forward. He was getting faster and faster, and the sharpness on his body was getting stronger and stronger. After about 50,000 meters, Chernzong saw a figure sitting on a throne. The figure was somewhat ethereal, as if it was shrouded in smoke and was swaying with the wind. Chernzong was shocked by just one glance. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were surging toward him. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he stepped forward again. "You're here." The voice sounded continuously, as if it came from the void, but also from the deepest part of his heart. "Senior, are you the ancient Shura king?" Chernzong asked. "Yes, I am," said the illusory figure. He still sat majestically on the throne without moving. Even though he gave off the feeling of a candle flickering in the wind, as if he would vanish with a single gust of wind, he was suffused with a terrifying might that suppressed the world. "Senior, did I pass the test?" Chernzong asked without fear. "You did pass my test, and you're qualified to receive my highest inheritance." The ancient Shura king smiled and said, "But before that, I still want to test your ability personally. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you another opportunity." "Senior, how do you want to test me?" Chernzong asked again. "It's very simple. Fight with me." As the voice fell, the illusory figure suddenly stood up. It was as if the world was shaking, and there seemed to be an invisible void storm sweeping in all directions. Chernzong's face became more dignified. He stood up and stepped forward. The illusory figure seemed to become more solid, and his face could be vaguely seen. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Suddenly, a burning flame spread out and condensed into a long saber. With the long saber in his hand, an astonishing evil spirit exploded like a vast sea. Chernzong trembled and instantly became numb and stiff. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. The intensity of this evil spirit was far beyond that of the spiritual flood dragon. If the ghostly fire-green wolf's evil spirit was like a pond, then the ghostly fire-green tiger's evil spirit was like a small lake, and the ghostly fire-green flood dragon's evil spirit was like a huge lake. The ancient Shura King's evil spirit was like a vast sea. It was too shocking. This kind of baleful aura made Chernzong extremely shocked. The ancient Shura King ignored Chernzong's shock and waved his saber. Instantly, the terrifying evil spirit turned into a shocking saber light that cut through the void. Chernzong's hair stood on end, and he felt as if his soul spirit was about to be shattered. Without hesitation, he waved his sword. However, at that moment, the sword light was shattered. The ancient Shura King was too strong. It was many times stronger than the spiritual flood dragon. It was unfathomable. As a king-ranked martial artist, even if he wasn't at his peak, he was still very scary. Taking a deep breath, Chernzong unleashed all his strength. Kill! The sword light tore through the sky and charged towards the ancient Shura King with unparalleled sharpness and sharpness. This sword looked simple, but it contained endless mysteries. The ancient Shura King nodded silently. From his soul spirit aura, he could tell that Chernzong was very young. It was already very rare for someone so young to have such a powerful soul spirit. Moreover, he had such brilliant sword skills. It was even more shocking. However, the ancient Shura King was even more brilliant. When he waved his saber, it was as if he could wipe out a part of the world. He directly shattered Chernzong's sword light and continued to attack. Chernzong felt as if he couldn't dodge. Under this saber, Chernzong could only retreat. It seemed to be a saber that filled the entire world. There was no way to dodge. Even retreating was useless. Chernzong was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a feeling. Since he couldn't dodge, retreating was useless, and he even felt as if he couldn't resist. Since that was the case, he would fight it out. He would fight to survive, disregarding everything and unleash all his strength. In such a desperate situation, Chernzong suddenly triggered the potential of his soul and triggered the hidden evil spirit. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In an instant, an unparalleled terrifying power erupted, destroying and killing everything. The evil spirit that Chernzong released in an instant was so strong that it was only slightly weaker than the ancient Shura King's. One sword. All the power was integrated into this sword. It was as if the world was going to be annihilated. The sword light and the saber light collided in an instant, bursting with terrifying power. It was as if the space was collapsing. Cracks spread out like lightning, forming a terrifying giant net that covered all directions. Chernzong kept retreating. That power was simply too tyrannical. It was so tyrannical that it was difficult to resist. His soul body showed signs of collapsing. If it weren't for the armor on his body that increased the defensive power and strength of his soul body, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The ancient Shura King was also not in a good condition. Under the impact of this terrifying power, he kept retreating. He was not in his prime, not even 1/10 of his prime. Okay. With a loud roar, the ancient Shura King seemed to have been stimulated. He leaped up like a stream of light, and a horrifying murderous aura surged out. Behind him was a strange phenomenon of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This saber was like a saber of slaughter. It was only born for slaughter and existed only for slaughter. This saber made Chernzong's face extremely solemn. This saber was a pure saber. There was only evil spirit and slaughter. There was nothing else. Because of its purity, it was terrifying. Chernzong's hair stood on end. He only felt that his soul body seemed to have no resistance in front of this saber. Before the saber light arrived, the terrible saber pressure and aura made his soul body feel like it was collapsing. This saber had exceeded the limit that he could bear. But at this moment, Chernzong burst out with unprecedented determination and will. He had to block it even if he couldn't. He used all his strength and ignored everything else. Strike. Only strike. Only strike. In an instant, Chernzong's eyes shone with an amazing light. The soul armor on his body burned in an instant. His soul body seemed to be burning as well, bursting with an unparalleled power. This power was earth-shattering, and it all poured into the sword in his hand. In an instant, Chernzong's soul body became illusory, and the long sword in his hand burst out with an unparalleled purple brilliance, shining in all directions like a purple scorching sun. The strongest blow. The last blow. He didn't ask for anything else. He only waved the sword for a thought. He didn't retreat or dodge, only a sharp blow. The saber light and the sword light collided in an instant. In an instant, everything seemed to be frozen. Even time and space were completely still. The whole dark void was completely silent. It was extremely strange. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.